Welcome, champions. Oh, man. How you doing, Nocton? Caius? P-Dog? What's up, everybody? Oh, boy. Oh, boy, is it gonna be a long day today. I'm not very good. Let's see. Let's get some background noise. I probably got maybe 30 minutes of sleep last night. I'm almost done with coffee one already. Just save Nova Rust Dirge for the end. You'll be back for it. Yeah, I need to ask everybody who's here, because I'm curious if this happens for anyone else. There are a few foods for me where I'll eat them, and they have a high probability of tearing up my throat or the upper ceiling of my mouth, the roof of my mouth, to the point where I basically get a cold afterward. And it hasn't developed into a full-blown cold, but man, my throat hurts right now. I'm almost completely done with coffee one already to try to ease it. If that doesn't happen to you, you learn how to chew it. See, but that's not what I'm talking about. Like, I will chew it completely, and it's still, like, maybe it's an allergy, I don't know. But it's the stupidest food, too. This last time it was Ritz crackers. I've discovered does this to me. And so I'm just not going to eat them anymore, but I kind of forgot, and they were all that was laying around, and I ate some, and it hit me hard. And it's stupid Ritz crackers, man. Sounds like a minor allergy. Yeah, it can sometimes launch me into like a full-blown cold, and for me, colds are basically like getting strep throat. Like, it always hits me really hard. Really looking forward to this Seed 11. It's going to be an interesting one, that's for sure. But yeah, I might need some help along the way. I'm gonna miss stuff today because I'm running on feeling like crap and no sleep. So let's get in a quick kitty. Let's see if I can get her. Where you at, girly? You're making it very hard to detect. Kitty, she's right there. Getting a drink of water. She'll probably go into hiding. Ritz crackers do not fuck up your esophagus, no. Yeah, I didn't figure it was specific foods for everybody. I just wondered if that happened with anybody, just because there are things that will hit me in the back of the throat. I don't know if it scratches it up, I don't know if it's an allergy, but it basically sends me into a cold. And it's annoying. But I have a lot of minor things. I'm sick all the time, so something I just have to get over. You're gonna hear coughing occasionally. I apologize for that. I'm on the struggle bus today. Captain Crunch messes up your mouth but you don't get sick. Yeah, Captain Crunch is known to tear people's roof of their mouth up. And now we got a little spillage of coffee on top of that. One of those days. You're literally invincible, except when you visit your nephews, in which case you guaranteed get a cold. Yeah. Extended family always gives me a cold. Well, we get as much kitty early in as we can. Kitty. What are you doing, bro? Yeah. Say hi. All right, well, seat 11 today. Let's, Dirge first. We'll save big boys for later. Usually we'll cover core and evergreen first. Not always, but let's get rid of these. I guess we can just boop. Which means Jamilah first. What is this? Party 4? No, it hasn't. Liar. Jam. Seat 11, DPS only. Those who know Jamilah know she's not going to climb. But we'll go over her kit like we do everyone else. So, Jamilah, Barbarian DPS. Seat 11, starting it out. Already one of the problems with Jamilah is there are a lot of core DPS, many of which already outperform her and she's all the way in seat 11, so you don't unlock her until later. So there's a lot already not going great for her. She would have to be a good DPS to make up for that, but she's just not. She does gain unarmored defense, increasing her health, plus 10% of the max health of each tank champion they are adjacent to. So she can scale her health up, but is that important for a main DPS? A little, but you're looking to pump numbers, not survivability necessarily with a DPS. Which is a bit why I feel like she should almost lean into a pseudo-tank support role over a DPS, but as a core champion, we're probably not going to get that. But she does have a few ways to increase her damage, frontline fighter being one of them. Increase Jamilah's damage by an amount for each tank champion she is adjacent to. We'll put some tanks adjacent to her so we can see those numbers, but we'll go over her whole kit first. As she also increases the damage up to an amount based on how many temporary hit points she currently has. Max value is 2 times her max health, so in that way her health does matter a little bit, and that will affect how much damage she can be increased through Berserker Confidence. She also has Retaliation. Increase Jamilah's damage for each enemy attacking Jamilah or adjacent champions. So you either want her in the front line, which is a little weird as she's not necessarily a tank but has health boosting, or adjacent to tanks in the column behind them. So just for the sake of this, we'll put her like right here. And before that though, we will go over her specializations as it's very simple. Throw out those potion emotes. Keep me alive today. I already can't find her. That's how bad today's gonna be. There. Oh, she's first. LOL. Kill me. Bruiser. Jamilah increases her synergy. Blah, blah, blah. Don't need that. Increase the effect of Frontline Fighter by 100% or Berserker Confidence by 400%. At the time, when you take it, Berserker Confidence has a higher increase, will scale with her health. But, yeah, we'll just, which will we take? Well, first let's get some tanks adjacent to her right now, actually. Who do we want to do? Probably, just for the sake of this, we could do this instead. Well, but she's not adjacent now. My brain's gonna struggle today. I apologize. You know, it doesn't matter. We just need them adjacent for the sake of this. Meow. Hey, kitty. Cat's meowing. Okay, let's see here. So, at this stage, with 4 tanks adjacent, the maximum you're going to get is 6. That's not gonna happen that often. I guess we could just show her absolute maximum, as she's probably gonna get dunked on anyway. Sure. So, Frontline Fighter is up to a 4E7 at absolute maximum of 6. And her Berserker Confidence right now is E5. Once we choose the specialization, that will increase. It's unlikely you're going to use her anyway. Just take the increase that benefits the formation you're running right now. At this stage, it's likely Bruiser will perform better just because we have adjacent to 6. So we're looking at a maximum of an E10 increase with Frontline Fighter, and Berserker Confidence will scale up with someone like Calliope, who will give temp HP with her ultimate. Hurry up and level all the way. Boosh. Oops. And, she can get out. Let's see, who gives a girthy temp HP shield? I guess Antreus does, right? Is that's sticky, right? Is it Entree's is temp HP? That stays after you unslot him, right? I think so. It's not increasing. Each adjacent champion, giving them temp HP. Increasing. Yeah. Oh well. It's sticky, yeah. Doesn't seem to be catching up to Calliope's shield, though. Who else gives a girthy temp HP? I mean, Barrowin can? How high does hers get? Cat's taking her ceremonial crap before she goes and hides, scratching exclusively the plastic and not the litter. I worry about her sometimes. Let's see, is that, no, it's still not competing with Calliope. Who else could offer a temp HP shield that would scale up to Calliope's level? Anyone have any recommendations? This is a bad day to get on the struggle bus. I don't think Korth's will scale higher than... Yeah, 64 temp. Yeah, maybe no one can just even keep up with Calliope at this point. It's okay. Excuse me, sorry. We'll just showcase it as is. Anyway, so at my 3.3 E4 30k item levels for my core champions, she's meeting an absolute maximum of adjacent to 6 tanks at E10. Tyrell for max health. Val, Entree's, Artemis. Well, I guess, yeah, with Artemis we could share it with Valentine. That's true. Are you gonna just holler at me? Yeah. Gotta show her. She's just hollering. What? What do you want? You're out of food. There's no food in there. Oh, brother. I guess we could just set it up. Is this gonna be your, average? No. But... well, We'll go into that later. We'll just showcase her as an average first. So, absolute maximum, adjacent to 6 tanks, E10 damage. Generalized average temp HP you're probably going to reach. That's only increasing her by an E6. If you want to stack a E35 shield, kept at 10 times health, that's how you do it. Yeah. We'll probably showcase that, but at the end of the day, we're not talking great numbers. And she is only a DPS. Yeah, guys, her absolute maximum requires Artemis in the formation, at which point you wouldn't be using Jamilah. That's kind of the point. If she had any, if Berserker Confidence and Frontline Fighter could be buffs, and she was a pseudo off-tank, that we'd be talking a different story, right? But these being, she's only a DPS, core champion, and these are her absolute maximum numbers. We're competing against the likes of Ashara, who can get like an E15 3 separate times, right? Like, Ashara blows Jamilah out of the water as far as raw numbers go, and they're both core champions, and you get Ashara earlier. Ashara is also a little harder to slot in your formation, requiring her bonds. But Jamilah has to be rated harshly, as she is a core champion DPS only. We'll go over her availability, though. I have this set up, right? It's a rough day. Alright, there you are. Alright, so we are looking at a neutral champion, so not available for Mert. She does have the Constitution to be available for Vajra, and if you look through, she does have a few ability score increases, but these are not required for any availabilities. And through that Strahd, her int is too low for Strahd. She does have the strength and charisma to be available for Zariel, but as a core champion will not be available for Elminster. She does, however, have a good TOT with a good spread, and she will be available for every Day 1 Trials availability. She does at least have that if you use her early on, but yeah. Kitty, how you doing, Shakens? And she's still just hollering at me. Still just laying there, hating that I'm talking to my computer. Kitty. Yeah. What are you doing? I'm zoning out a lot today, sorry. Kitty Pog. So yeah, we previously had her very low, very, very low in the old F tier. There are some people who defend Jamilah, but at the end of the day, we're talking a core champion DPS who's only a DPS, okay availability, at least has every Day 1. But numbers just aren't there, and there are other core DPS who will outperform her. Even in the next seat 12, you have another DPS who's also a tank that outperforms her. So there are right away 2 core champions that outperform her just in her only role. It's just rough. She needs a little looking at. Will it ever happen? Probably not. But and this was the fight some people wanted today. And that is, she's probably gonna have to remain in the F tier. That being said, where in the F tier? Just to throw this out there, how do the other F tier DPS compare on Day 1 availability? F is for Jamilah for sure, yeah. I will at first, my instinct is to do this. At least put her ahead of non-core DPS also in the F tier, because she is 6 of 6, and she is a core champion and will at least have gear. But we will quickly go over Rosie, Ishi's, and Binwin's. Let's see here. So Rosie is locked out of strength Day 1. Ishi is available for every Day 1. And then we have Binwin, who is locked out of Dex. So 2 of them have 1 lockout, but Ishi is available for all Day 1s. Ooh, I hope this doesn't evolve into a full-blown cold. That's gonna suck for seat 12. Arguably, Ishi beats Rosie. Rosie got ahead of Ishi just because of the vague Acquisitions Incorporated synergy. You're not fighting about F ordering. We'll probably have that fight day. We will fight over everything. But Jamilah definitely belongs in the F. But I can see her being ahead of those just for the sake of being Day 1 6 of 6 and a core champion for gear. My cat is planning on hiding. Oh man. The question is now, who's next? Should we hop right into the Evergreen? Let's get some gold cleanup, crew. Bring on the Dragonbait. Dragonbait. Not a terrible Evergreen. Has some utility beyond just being, oh, I see it. I don't think I have seat 11 in my starting group on this though. Excuse me. Dragonbait, Evergreen champion, meaning you can unlock them within the game through progression. in this case Tomb of Annihilation, and scales with gold chests, so you can more easily gear them up. Dragonbait has the potential to reach good numbers. Not the best in the game, but good. But it does take some work. And there's a term I'll never remember, but there is a lot of word clutter for Dragonbait. We'll just go into it, I guess. So, with fast friends and a health item, a tank that has health share. So there's that. But the primary form of buffing is going to come from Shen State, where Dragonbait increases the damage of champions within one slot by a lower amount, but there are ways to scale this both range and numerically. How you doing, Kratos? To those just joining, I have a bit of a cold today, so forgive me for being slow, coughing, and sounding off. Howdy, God of War. So, one way you increase the range, at least of Shen State, is Scent Pie Crust. The range of Shen State is increased by 1 for each healer champion in the formation, stacking additively. So if you happen to have a lot of healers, the range will just keep going, and in that scenario you can get it to reach just about everyone, but that then does require you to slot healers. So let's just throw out a couple of healers. So with that, Dragonbait increases the damage of champions within 4 slots, and we have an increased amount. It is no longer just an E6. So the reason for that is... roasted vegetables, I think, is the only one giving that boost right now. But increase the effective Shen State for an amount for each enemy... Or no, that's not it. Anyway, each enemy attacking Dragonbait, and for each enraged stack. This effect is increased for each other tanking champion in the formation. So this is another way you scale up Shen State, in that Dragonbait must be under attack. And this is one common way if you run a scriptless formation. That helps you run a scriptless formation, and that Dragonbait is easy to unlock, and this does scale decently. And so when you reach that threshold, when you're at your wall in a scriptless formation, you do want people attacking Dragonbait to proc that, but over time, so you can find your sweet spot, where Dragonbait is buffing just enough so Briv can farm up his steel stacks, his I can't think of the actual name of his steel bones. You're excited for this bench? Yeah, it'll be an interesting one. Great son of the mountain, how you doing? Scriptless gem farming, not scriptless progression, which is almost all progression. Well, yeah, scriptless gem farming. If I said progression, yeah, I meant gem farming. But yeah, that is one common way to do that, in that you want something where you're just about at your wall to stack up, so then Briv can get his steel bones, and then you'll progress in a scriptless. You just said scriptless formation? Okay, yeah. Like I said, I'll need help today. However, meat sauce. Increase the effective Shen State for each support champion in the formation. The increase amount is based on how close the supporting champion is to Dragonbait. This is where it gets a little wonky. It's all really close, you really don't have to worry that much about it, and that also ties into his specializations, which we'll go into now. Throw out those potion emotes as I find him. There we go. Good time zone, everyone. How you doing, ye old dice goblin? I will always say ye. And cough. Doing well? That's good. I'm not, but that's okay. You do well. So, you will choose between either affecting that meat sauce, to where you kind of rearrange it, the distance values. I guess I can't show the base value, can I? But we can get an idea. So it makes it ascend from 1 slot to 5 slots, meaning 5 slots away is the best bonus you're going to get with meat sauce if you take that, where it's not naturally, in that you can see here it scales differently than that. 5 slots is actually lower. Naturally, you'll want 2 or 3 to be the higher ones. Again, I don't recommend micromanaging to that degree because we're not talking huge differences here. But if you know more or further away from Dragonbait, that will help it. But yeah, it's kind of wonky. But the second one will just increase the effect of roasted vegetables, which roasted vegetables was the enrage or attack buff. So if you just want simplicity, take roasted vegetables, which will come online and be boosted once Dragonbait is under attack, or you can figure out if meat sauce is better for you one way or the other. It's not enough of a boost to figure that out in my opinion, but and it's not hard to get a lot of supports within that 2 to 3 slot range anyway, so yeah, kind of a weird one, but we'll fill up a bunch of supports and get let's see, it'll be about where can you take a hit. Let's just throw in a bunch of supports. So just with a bunch of supports in there, we have enough healers that 6 slots is the reach of Shen State now. Meat sauce is definitely better for you. Vegetables are what food eats. I am definitely on the train of that, but... so, naturally, about an E12, which is average to, depending on where you're at the scale, pretty much a flat average buff. But once roasted vegetables pops off, that will stack up to be a decent buff. Again, we're not talking the greatest numbers, but let's see, where might we go? What's our damage? Oh, do we have any bud? I don't think so. We don't need bud right now. Let's see. What is our average running damage? Yeah, I made the mistake of, I was doing everything I could to try to soothe my throat last night, because it's like, I don't want to stream with this sore throat. And had a bunch of hot soup, and that wasn't ideal for my gut, trying to sleep while having a sore throat. Enraged tanking is very out-of-date mechanic in Modern IC. Not wrong. But yeah, basically the only time you're probably going to rely on that is, no, we are still killing, is for scriptless gem farming. But early game you might need to, and as Dragonbait is an evergreen you can unlock fairly early, there is the potential. Do we have bud? Am I being stupid? Does someone here have bud? I didn't think they'd be killing at that point. There we go. Nope, not there we go. We'll get a few though. So, oh, that's right, it doesn't stay though. You do want it persistent. How far am I gonna need? Oh, that'll be good enough. So you can see roasted vegetables, getting a few hits in. That's already getting Shen State to an E17 with just a couple enemies attacking Dragonbait. We're only dancing between like 2 to 5, it looks like. And that's being scaled with the other tanks as well. So you can reach it to decent numbers. Is it a more elegant method for a more civilized time? Are we quoting Obi-Wan? Is that what that is? Coffee 1 already down. Ooh, today. I might even need to take a break and go get more coffee today. So yeah, ultimately has the potential of reaching decent numbers. Is a tank, is evergreen. We'll look at his availability. Good afternoon. How you doing, Lediath? People who have been watching, and all the lurkers, are probably annoyed of me talking about this, but I just have to say it every time I see someone new talking in chat. I am sick today, so forgive me for my scatterbrainness and anything else that comes with that. So, Dragonbait's availability. Overall, pretty good. We are looking at a good champion, so available for Mert. As far as ability score increases go, there are none. However, Dragonbait has a 93 TOT with a pretty good spread. So we're looking available for Vajra, available for Strahd, and available for Zariel. However, as a champion that came out 1,603 days ago, not available for Elminster, but with that ability score spread, is available for every day 1 trial. So only locked out of Elminster. Very good availability. Hope you feel better. I hope so. I don't want this to go into a full-blown cold before C12. That would suck. Not a coffee person. Soda and breakfast. I cut soda out of my diet a while ago. I used to be a soda downer, but I cut out soda. All day 1, he was part of your lazy team when you first started playing. Yeah, and I mean, I would never recommend using him for Artemis, but you can increase Shen state to a point where it can reach a lot of champions, and it can work when nothing else is available. But we're never talking someone you're probably going to hard focus. But not bad either. I mean, we're looking at a tank with health share, that's evergreen, great availability, and has a decent buff. Previously, let's see. Right, I gotta go to this scene. I'm looking for this in the wrong scene. We had him in the, I think, B range. Let's see here. Yeah, in the lower B+, right in the B range. Excuse me. Where is this guy gonna go by today's standards? And this emote is perfect. I do like that one. That was I believe that was a Dark Warriors recommendation, who we haven't seen in a minute. Let's see. Yeah, I think he took the Rorschach bit too far and is now forever gone. It would be funny if he just made an entire new identity, though. Ooh, where's the old bait going? The master baiter. We've got the list pretty full now, so we've got a lot of... I think he stays out of C-. I think he might at least get up to C+. Because we are talking utility outside of just what he is in the scriptless gem farm. Really good availability. A decent buff with decent range when set up right. You know, I don't think he's better than Evandra necessarily, but that's kind of close in the range I'm thinking. Somewhere in there. Is my instinct. Somewhere in the higher C+. C+ for sure, you think? Briv's best friend, usable with Artie, great availability. Behind all core, you think? Got our firing solution. What? You just confused me, guys. Is it because I'm sick, or am I misunderstanding? Mid B+, a very average champion. I mean, that's kind of... I don't think B+. Oh, ceiling of Evandra, floor of Havilar. I see. I mean, I could see him being ahead of Alindra. Oh no, that killed the waiting room. Getting too many champions. You'd put him in and around Evandra area, to be honest. We have a soft spot for evergreen tanks, fair. Hmm. Hmm. We don't need to see who's in S tier. And we'll go down to the waiting room when we need to look at who's up next. Yeah, Evergreen Tank is with proper health share. Thank you for the follow. Uh-oh. Makai Ukami? Makai Ukami? Is that how you say that? Let me know. How you doing? We always need to see Valentine for Dark Warrior, but Dark Warrior, where is he? Is he a spirit? Can he just not type anymore? I'm a little iffy on this one. It's somewhere in C+ for sure. Do you need to be shown she's good? No. I mean, some people like to pop in and see who's sitting at the top. You can settle for above Talon, yeah. Brain EXE not working so great today. I think that's a fair spot for Dragonbait though. For beginners is a good tank, but for endgame not so much, yeah. Think you should stay there. Makai Okami, yeah, from I sank Disgaea. I mean, I know the Disgaea series, but I don't know character names. But good to know. Welcome. I could use just a hard grindy game for after stream. I need to just turn off my brain. Yeah, I think that's a good spot for Dragonbait though. I think for now we shall moveth on. What are you sitting at now? It looked like you were under attack by more than that, sir. Oh well. Oh yeah, we have the Vecna emergence. Don't forget to be doing your dailies by murdering Vecna over and over. And the new campaign. Oh. Which, wait. I think I completed them and didn't actually apply any of my blessings. Nope. Oops. Let's fill those out real quick. Oh, brain. Good old Brian. Brian's a dick. Are we going to talk about the new Vecna campaign at the end? We can. There's not a whole lot to talk about with it, I don't think. There's only 2 adventures with a variant each, with this as the blessing reward. And there's only 1 available rod, so you're only getting 100% out of that, which they'll add more, obviously. But But yeah, we can chat about just about anything at the end. As far as now, finished all patron variants. Oh, you just did Kratos? Congrats if so. Let's see, who next? Who do we got on the docket next? We tend to save heavy swingers for last, so we'll probably talk about Dirge, Nova, near the end. We have some interesting choices. Orisa, not a bad one to move on to. Oh, man. Do the Evergreen first. We just did the Evergreen. We can go to Orisa. Orisha, Orisa. I think it's pronounced Orisa. But I pronounce things wrong all the time. Definitely one that's going to take a bit of a hit. A lot of people think I ranked her high when I ranked her, but she was also quite useful for Artemis back then, and that has definitely dwindled. So yeah. There's literally an achievement that says how to pronounce it. That implies I read, though. Oh. Isn't Jamilah evergreen? Depends on your definite. Technically, she's core, but we covered Jamilah first. So we went over Jamilah and Dragonbait so far. So we covered the core and the evergreen. We can give a quick recap. Oop. Tee. Jam got the F tier. Just above of other DPS who are not, core or evergreen. And she has good availability, but she's in F. Just behind Xander, just ahead of Rosie. Yeah. Again, her problems are that she's a core DPS only, competing with 2 other DPS that are core that are already better than her. And she's in a late seat, and it's just, she's in a rough spot. So, yeah, that's where she got. So, Orisha, part of the Sirens of the Realms. We went over this when we talked about Brig and Vlanya. Not the greatest, not the greatest affiliation. Brig is a very low buffer. Vlanya is a pretty low buffer. Oh, you missed that? You didn't know there was a difference between core and... Yeah, core is generally the base 12 champions, and evergreens are the ones you unlock within the game, like Drizzt, Dragonbait, Ulcoria, Belushi, etc., etc. People use them interchangeably often, but I think it's pretty defined that it's core and then evergreen. Evergreen often contains core. I think that's confusing when they do that, yeah, but... Unlock outside of events is a better term, given Hitch and Nerds are evergreen. That's fair. That's fair. Those unlocked in the game or through gems/newsletter. Evergreen is anyone that a basic gold-silver chest will be given gear to. Yeah. Core is the base 12 that are free with no work. Yep. But Orisha. So part of the Sirens, again, meh. One of the most, if not the most meh affiliations in the game, honestly. Kind of the definition of mid. But we'll go over her kit. You think there is an achievement where they say non-core evergreen? Is there? Well, we'll just say or was it a blessing? I'm not, if you know what it is, I'll look for it. I don't know. I mean, we could go through the blessings, but that'd take a minute. But yeah, I like personally the concept of just defining them as core and evergreen, but yeah, that's not my call. So I do. Well, I won't go into that. That is a funny tangent I could go on, but I'm not. I won't do that. So, Orisha herself is a DPS and a support. Doesn't necessarily excel at either, but she is a DPS with a positional support, so she can be viable for Artemis. She is in a seat with people who are still using Nova like me, and with Strix, who would probably be considered the meta, so you're probably not going to use her for Artemis anymore. But that was a... Next tier list will be on the blessings. Oh man, that would be a rough one, actually. But Orisha works around her flaming wings. Whenever Orisha uses Radiant Soul, which is her ultimate, Orisha's eyes light aglow, and 2 angel wings burst from her back. A wave of divine energy surges across the screen, damaging all enemies, and she gets wings. She drinks a Red Bull, basically. Because that... Did I take the specialization that changes its wording? Because she does change her wording, doesn't she? Reliable friends, second to last, global in Witchlight. Let's see. Now we gotta see. Increase the damage of non-core evergreen champions by 400%. That's a weird distinction to me, to refer to them as non-core. So I guess technically speaking, within the terminology of the game, they are all evergreen. That's kind of weird to me, but... There is just evergreen and then core evergreen, I guess. Oh, that's still hot. Ooh, that's hot. Woo. Right, I was gonna look at her. She has 2 sets of specialization choices. We're gonna look through that real quick because I think that changes the definitions of her abilities. Where you at? Where you at? There you are. Lediath, the Icy Encyclopedia. So, she will choose between Blazing Soul or Long Burn. The effect of Flaming Wings is increased, or Flaming Wings starts with more stacks. So we'll read the base. Keep in mind the numbers will be boosted. We're at a lower level right now, but the base Flaming Wings. Whenever Orisha uses Radiant Soul, her ultimate, she gains 45 stacks. Stacks decay by 1 point per second. The damage of Scorching Ray, her main attack, is increased, plus an additive for every stack remaining. At 0 stacks, her wings and damage bonus are removed, so she relies on her ultimate being actively up. Whenever Orisha gets a kill, the stacks reset to 45, but the decay rate is increased by 20%, multiplicative. Keeper of useless tidbits. Hey, you're finding a use for him right now. Educating someone who probably should have already known it, but you know, what are you gonna do? So you can increase the flat effect, or make it start with more stacks. I don't know which way I'd lean on that. Cacao plant, how you doing? Welcome. Thank you for the follow. I'm always leaning into the damage, but the more stacks does scale up its damage as well, because she does have an additive increase for every stack remaining. But regardless, we'll just go. Because there was an argument a long time ago about which was better. I forget where people landed when I used to look up stuff. I don't really look up stuff anymore. People would always fight which one they preferred. So I don't really have a horse in that race. We'll just go with the increase. This is the bigger one here. Orisha increases her contribution to Bardic Connection. Or she increases her bond with Vlania, a member of her affiliation, where Orisha's damage is increased by 200% for each champion affected by Bardic Connection. So what's Bardic Connection? That is this formation ability. Orisha seeks out Vlania in the formation and increases the damage of champions along the shortest paths between herself and Vlania. So that requires you to use Vlania. However, we'll finish this. Stacking multiplicatively. Vlania's enthralling performance buff always applies to Orisha, which we went over Vlania before. No matter where Orisha is in the formation, she will be under enthralling performance. So you could have her behind Vlania, and Vlania would still be applying it to her. And Orisha counts as adjacent to her for the base portion. Again, that's Vlania's kit. We'll just go with the flat increase because we're not going to be using Vlania. But with that, is it not actually a part of the terminology there? Where did they actually detail that? Because when you don't have Vlania, it just goes adjacent. Do you need someone adjacent to her for it? Where did they detail that? Did they change it? Today is not the day for something like this. You know, Bardic Connection. Where did they detail the adjacency? If they were both good, that'd be a cool synergy, yeah. Good on the IC power ranking, access, not the good. Yeah, I know what you're saying, guys. But I think you were making a funny. But yeah, Bardic Connection seeks out Vlania, but when there isn't Vlania, it just applies to adjacent. And I thought they detailed that here, but I'm not seeing it. Unless I'm just hard missing it. Interesting. I really thought they had that in writing. Is it one that's just not on outgoing? Oh, there we go. If Vlania is not in the formation, Orisha buffs the damage of herself and adjacent champions. There it is. Yeah, I have someone adjacent right now, Lazy, because I thought the same thing. But it's detailed here, not in the actual outgoing. That's strange. But that's how she is a positional DPS for Artemis, should you choose to use her. you would put her somewhere in the middle and have a bunch of as many DPS adjacent to her as possible, so Artemis can observe. We'll go ahead and just throw a bunch. She is not the ideal in her seat to be used with Artemis, but it is a potentiality. We're not looking to make a formation around it, we're just throwing in DPS to be adjacent to her, so we can look at what the absolute maximum of my current observance would give. So, adjacent to 6 champions, and with that, I guess we should have used Valentine. We'll throw in Valentine. We'll show the absolute maximum with a 6 adjacency with Valentine. Doesn't matter. Where are you? Bardic Connection. We're looking at an E37. Not bad, but not perfect, right? I actually still have some investment in her. I have her up to roughly 800, because early on I was using her in an Artemis formation back in the day. So she's almost even 1k. Not quite, but close enough. But yeah, so E37's not terrible. But again, we're talking Fury of Avernus 53, whereas Song of Battle 63. It's not competing with the big numbers. But if you are in a scenario where she can be adjacent to 6, including Valentine, it's serviceable. It's not terrible. But by herself, talking non-Artemis, we're not looking at great numbers. We're looking at... She has her E6 plus E5, and then her own personal Bardic Connection, which is naturally an E10. And she has no crazy ways to scale. So overall low numbers, unless you're doing like an Artemis kind of thing. But again, there's better people in her own seat for Artemis. But if you have to fall back on something, it's at least an option. We'll take a look, not at that. We'll take a look at her availability though. Excuse me. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I watched South Park with the family recently. Oh, Jesus. Where are you? There you are. Okay, so we're looking at a good champion. So available for Mert. As far as her feats go, she has no ability score increases. So she will not ever be available for Vajra. She is, however, available for Strahd with that 13 int. And she is available for Zariel with that strength and charisma. However, she came out 1,184 days ago, skirting out of Elminster by about 100 days, so not available for Elminster. And her TOT's not bad, but with that spread, that constitution will keep her out of that day 1 trials. So, available for 3 out of 5 patrons and 5 out of 6 day 1s. Not terrible, not the worst, not good, but... How you doing, Ovium? Hello, hello. I'm sick. Don't mind me today. I will be dumb. So yeah, previously, again, a lot of people probably think I had her overrated when I originally ranked her. But again, that was more for the current potential with Artemis at the time. She's hanging out in the B- with Brig. Definitely going to take a hit. Her numbers aren't great, unless you're specifically using her with Artemis, and then they're good, but not, not ideal for Artemis. As a DPS on her own, and her affiliation, just the definition again of just mid to bad. So we'll take a look at the current updated tier list. Boop. I would keep her with Vlanya and Brig in the D, but I do think she probably climbs to at least a C-, having more utility in being available for Artemis, potentially. Oh, these keep it hot. Whew. Use her in your speed formation to help with segmented health, and never for any other reason. And even then, there's probably champions that are better for that. But her auto attack, how many times does it hit, actually? Quite a few, yeah. Looks like 6. Yeah. So there is potential there. No speed champ in seat 11. Not wrong, but you don't necessarily need someone from a seat to be in a speed team, and just slotting someone like her, unless you're looking for the armor breaking, will probably just give you a little bit of leg to slow you down. Happy Friday Eve. Hope you didn't miss too much. We have ranked Jamilah, Dragonbait, and we're on to Orisha. Did we do anyone else in between? Today's not a good day. Oh, I feel like, didn't we do someone else? No? Okay. Time zone appropriate, so salutations all. How you doing, Ravenous? I hate that. I'll probably say this every time I see you. Ravenous Bob is how I read your name, and I'm sorry for that. Ravenous Bob. Ravenous Babot. Hi, Babot. I think we're looking at a C- champion with Orisha. But where will she go? You prefer Farida for that role? If you're going just hard speed, you might not be using anyone in seats 7. But if you're looking for a deep push, you're probably using Freely, though. Have a Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster and relax. That C- is getting girthy. I don't think she climbs to C+, though. I don't know if anyone there necessarily deserves to be bumped down to D. What about right here? What do we feel about that? Maybe just behind the brimstones. Maybe right there. Quillic range, that's funny. I just put her next to Quillic. We all know, with the last 18 months of the power creep, a lot of champions have fallen way out of favor, and out of any niche they might have had. You'd say Prudence down to D? Maybe. C- is going to be full of champions that might be kind of K, except there's literally a drop-in better replacement in every situation. Yeah. For the most part. I don't hate that placement for Orisha, though. We'll go over more of the ups and downs after we finish C12 and fight over everyone. For the time being, I think we're gonna keep her there. Oh, now I got all these people I need to level up because autism. There we go. Alright, so Jamilah, Orisha, and Dragonbait Dunzo. Rust? You want to hit up Rust now, Kais? Try to squeeze it in before you have to go, huh? Rust. Imoen, we'll hit up Imoen after Rust. No Vendurger at the end? Yeah. We can hit up Rust and then go into Imoen. Hey-ya. So, Rust. Goldfind champion. Support champion. Not the greatest support, but a decent Goldfind. And synergizes even further with Goldfind, being from the Ox Venturers, where Dob, Egbert, and Merylwyn are all also good Goldfinders. Biz Goldfind bad buffing, only one spec for Azaka, next champ. So yeah, Rust for hire will increase your Goldfind by a flat amount. 1 gold piece, it is currently active, you can see that with this icon here. He will randomly lose it on an attack unless you take a specialization choice, in which case he'll then only use it when he uses his ultimate. Or not. Why didn't he lose it there? Did they change that? Oh, it's only a % chance, that's right. So, Rust has a chance to gain a shiny gold piece from any kill. While holding this gold piece, the effects of Rust for Hire, his gold find, and highest bidder abilities are increased, highest bidder being his buff, which we'll go over in a moment. Rust has a chance to accidentally lose the gold piece each time he attacks with his rapier, which he cycles through his guns and his rapier, so he will only potentially lose it on his melee attack. And that's important because we'll go into his specializations. Throw up those potion emotes while I look for them. Prudence needs an upgrade to be the Oxventure's DPS, yeah. They need a numbers increase in general. They're all good, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are good for gold find though. Where you at, kitty cat? There you are. So, you can make him only attack with guns with this one, so he will never randomly lose that gold piece. If you're looking to use him for gold find, you're probably gonna take that. Not necessarily though, but increase the ability bonus of 1 gold piece by an amount, or the ability bonus of 1 gold piece is increased for each other Oxventurers Guild champion within 2 slots, stacking multiplicatively. If you're in an actively killing gold farm, then you can go with one of the first 2. If you're in an Azaka farm, you're probably gonna have to go with Rust Reloaded, because he's likely going to lose that gold piece in the meantime of setting it up. This will guarantee he holds onto it, but if you're in an active kill, these won't be terrible. But, so, since I re-rolled him, he now has to find another gold piece, which is a pretty low chance, so you just need to be actively killing for him to find that gold piece. So we'll wait for that. Oh, man. Whew. I'm gonna have to pump some, what's that stuff called? Emergency? Get a lot of vitamin C in me, hope I don't get a cold. Full-blown cold for C12, man. That will suck. There we go. He got his gold piece. Active. So, highest bidder. How are the cats doing? She's already gone and hidden under the bed, and cat 2 is... He's never, he was in here briefly and went on to do something else. Doing cat things. Rust increases the damage of all champions for each order of magnitude gold, your gold find percentage. So right now, my current magnitude is 124, only netting me an E11. This doesn't scale that hard. So I mean, we could boost that a bit just by throwing in some of his affiliation. I didn't farm Dob at all though. He has a baseline though, doesn't he? Or does he not? Oh. Anyway, so we've only climbed to 711, where before we were what? Oh wait. Oh no, you actually need the gold, that's right. It's not just, oh well, whatever. Irrelevant. It doesn't scale that hard, just know that. Man, my brain today. Hello friends! Rust's chance for a gold piece to find a shiny gold piece from kill is increased for every Oxventure's Guild champion in the formation, stacking additively, and then applying multiplicatively. So that will help him find his 1 gold piece if you're in an active kill gold find. Because you're probably at least using Egbert and Merowyn in gold find, and if you're in an active kill, you might be using Dob as well. And with that, he has an increased chance to get that 1 gold piece. Does that reflect in the description? Yeah, 8% up from 2. Whoop-de-doo, but still. And that is just his specialization. We'll go into his availability. Because, yeah, at the end of the day, you're probably just using him for gold find. Unless for some reason you are dedicated to the Oxventurers Guild. But that is definitely not one of the better affiliations for pushing. You're outdated, so you're using Freely. Freely still is good, but there's definitely enough out now that has phased Freely out, in my opinion. But if you've heavily invested in Freely, that's still a good option. But with the amount of good gold finders in this affiliation, if you're just looking for raw gold find, you're at least using these 3. Again, Azaka, you won't be using Dob because Azaka's in that slot, but active kill gold find will use Dob. But let's look at his availability. Come on. Oh, man. Ooh, boy. He is neutral, so will not be available for Mert. Does have the Constitution for Vajra, and we'll take a look. No ability score increases. And because of that, will not be available for Strahd with his 11 int. Will be available for Zariel with his strength and charisma. And he was released 862 days ago, so is still available for Elminster. Will be phased out eventually, where he's on the later 800 of that 1095, but still available for a while. But is available for every day 1 trials, which for gold find is handy. You know you'll always have him for your day 1 gold farm. So only locked out of Mert and Strahd for now. So overall decent availability. Can you show what 10 champs you would use for a dirty gold find? By dirty, do you mean like actively killing? Is that the term for that? Who would I use for that? I mean, it's gonna be basically Azaka just with Dob instead, right? And tapping Bud or something. Merowyn isn't as good for that, but just to throw in at the end of a run, no Azaka. What is my current gold here? Let's see. Yeah, it would be Valentine instead of Avandra. I generally use Valentine anyway just because I haven't invested in Evandra, and my Valentine is comparable with feats to Evandra. But generally you would take Evandra over Valentine. Jarlaxle would still be. Kroll probably wouldn't. So you might actually even use DM over Kroll in that scenario. And you would want to have had Dob in your pushing formation, so he's built up. Merowyn's still only real option for that, her ult. Yeah, no. Merowyn in seat 2 still. Especially now that you also have Dob. Probably, let's see. I haven't run a dirty gold in this, I gotta remember now. Bad day for me to try to remember. Because Dahani isn't the greatest either. But is there even another option? Because you're going to get lucky to get a yellow paint on an enemy while you're killing them. But it's going to happen, so it's still there. Nerds will boost Jarlaxle. Not wrong. Enough of a boost to be over Dahani. Let's see. So that would boost him from 3e6 to 5e6 versus having what? Yeah. So that's potential there. Corazon boosts Oxventure. As well as, yeah. Dirty Gold, Guard's term for building the flat gold find percent team using... Yeah. For a couple of months as a new player, your gold farm champs went from E30 lower than your push. So you just stopped going deep for a while. Unfortunately, well, Dirty Gold farm is just Bud. Yeah. Corazon over Nerds in that case. Yeah, if we're talking for that slot, it probably would be Corazon over Nerds, because Corazon has further synergy with the Ox Ventures. But it is one, if you're using Valentine, it is one less positional. Or a couple more less positionals. 7e6 versus... Oh, right. 1e7. Dirty gold critically important for Vecna. 2 or 3 times. Because if you are using Valentine, you want more positionals to scale up Life of Leisure. Which I guess yeah, because you're not going to come under attack, so you're not going to proc orange. So that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Star and Val on the same edge. Yeah, she would. I mean, yeah. I haven't set it up perfectly. We would still want Merwin adjacent, because if you go to a new area, she'll be Kitty Cat, right? Yeah, and that'll give another adjacency to Valentine. Well, Merwin is a Kitty Cat. And that'll boost her up to an E8 for me. I mean, there would be some more potential tinkering, but I mean, I guess I could do that. Even that. I forget, his positional only affects his Traveling Entertainer, though, right? Uses gold find for each. No, it is gold find next. So yeah, you'd want in this scenario, you'd want Dob in the middle for 6 adjacencies to boost his gold find. So in Tomb of Annihilation, anyway, I might do something close to this. There's probably some more tinkering that could be done. Why is Rust not affected by Omen? Huh? What? Why is that There we go. Okay, whatever. Just a visual glitch, probably. Anyway, yeah. Random bugs, yeah. I like to find those. This would probably be my farm for Tomb of Annihilation. There might be some tinkering beyond that, but yeah. Which is relevant for Rust, because Rust would find a spot in there, but then in that scenario, I would be taking a different specialization. Because this boosts his actual gold find, right? I haven't taken these in a long time. Yeah, I think. Didn't it? I think so. Streamer might like to find random bugs. Lediath gets them all too. You forgot Dungeon Master was gold find? Yeah. The only problem with that is it requires Uni, right? Uni. He's only gold find when Unicorn, though? Yeah. So you would have to get a little lucky and take the right specialization in that once you reach your gold farm, you want Uni out. Otherwise, who would we put in spot of DM if he's human form? Yeah, because there's nothing... I mean, at that point, maybe Nerds. Or Dahani, depending. Krull? Yeah, Krull's rough, though, because you're not going to be getting... Virulent Plague spread for Pilfer. You'll apply it every now and then, and that's a boost. But he really excels when you can spread it, so that's iffy. But he's gold find to scale. That's fair. That's fair. He does have the gold tag. Something for Valentine or Artemis. Why would you run Artemis just as a rogue? Because that means you're replacing Omen, which I would not recommend. But again, that's not worth de-slotting Omen. But yeah, I mean roughly in there. So yeah. I still think Azaka performs better than a raw gold farm, but Dob can get if you use Dob all the way up there, you'll get it scaled decently, and it's good. But it's rough these days to set up Azaka. It's true. But yeah, back to Rust. So, we're looking at best gold find in slot, useful in every gold find formation. Not a good buff, decent availability. Zaka performs a couple exponents above Dirty Gold Farm generally at the investment of like 20 minutes, yeah. Give Zaka farming a solid mana. It can matter when you need those few exponents if you're like right on the line of 100 every time you're fully leveling up a legendary, but yeah. So yeah, let's take a look here. Get my brain back in the game. Come on, Brian. We had Rust in a B+, more meant to represent a B. As far as where he's gonna go now, let's take a look. Let's see here. Where are we gonna put the rusty boy? B+ to A-, gold farming is an important niche, and he's in every gold farm team no matter what. I will say, I was thinking of he might be the one that overtakes Egbert at the bottom of B+. I see him right on the B line still, of either being just into B+ or just into B-. His availability is good, so there is that, and he does fit into every gold find. A- because he's a cute kitty. How you doing, Chibi? Every time you do the clicky thing, you think of Konosuba Season 3. I don't know what Konosuba is, actually. Now I have to look. People always tell me they think of Hereditary. Oh, okay. I do know what that is. I've never seen it, though. I see that one being memed on all the time. That's where I'm thinking that what does everybody feel like the rusty boy? Being put right next to his buddy Egbert and taking over the bottom of B+. How's everyone feel about that? Who is texting me right now? Oh yeah, that's right. It is funny. I don't really, good spot. I think that's a good spot for him. I don't really care about my Twitter follows, like, at all, but every now and then I'll remember to tweet out that I'm going live, just because. And it's so funny. If you want just random graphic designers to follow you on Twitter, just do a hashtag Twitch. to reach out to you to try to get you to hire them for some art. They will just follow you en masse. Ayla still looks weird down there. Yeah, her availability was bunk. And while sticky debuff is still useful, yeah, not that you disagree, yeah, it is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. It's kind of three-leg this game. Power loop, gold, gem, combat, tier list, me, comparatively, or value, generalist, combat, power. Not value the other things. Is value. I mean, you're not wrong, Caius. But, by the established standards of the list B+, yeah. Again, at the end, we might do specific tier lists, right? After C12, we might roll into a DPS, an Artemis, Gold Farm, whatever. Whatever we want to do, we could just throw something out to be more specified. But Yeah. Okay. Let's see, I think we had Imoen next with a quarter on the table. You don't know who Oxventures are, but you can't picture Rust with anything other than on Bender's voice because of Puss in Boots. I was surprised no one threw out a cat emote while we were talking about the cat. That's what I'm surprised by. Ooh. The Champions player voices him with a French accent. An affiliation tier list, that would be a weird one. Because, I mean, you would definitely see the the sirens down at the bottom, more than likely. Oh, maybe Dark Order, though, too. Yeah, Dark Order, Sirens, and Force Grey, honestly. Dark Order S tier. Of course, he uses a rapier. I haven't been able to play him yet. I was going to play him in a friend's D&D campaign, but I wanted to be a French duelist named Ray Pierre. I'm gonna still do that guy sometime. Oh, Ray Pierre. Halfway surprised isn't a banned word on Twitch? What? Oh, rapier. Yeah. I mean, they do both come from the root word to penetrate, right? Unless the Dark Order champs are good on their own, or at least, yeah, they are in their own rights, but yeah, as an affiliation, they suck. Oh no. Yeah, I think it's definitely not banned just because of how many games have rapiers in them on Twitch, you know. But, let's see here. We shall mosey on to Imoen. Heya. Rip Tyredack streaming career? What career, dog? Career. This is definitely off the top. Like, I am curious because this is... Excuse me, God. I am a little curious what people think because it doesn't happen very often. But, correction, Rip Tyredack's budding streaming career. I even disagree with that. But, like, I gotta ask a question. People, have accused me of being, like, a shill for Idol Champions in YouTube comments. It's rare, but it happens. And, like, that I'm just getting paid off for some of my opinions, especially on seasons. And I gotta be honest. Legitimately, how much do you guys think I have accrued monetarily under the Tyredack moniker? Like, legitimately, just a flat number. What do you expect I have made, money-wise, for my 3 years of being Tyredack online? YouTube, Twitch, everything. Shit on champion designs way too often to be a shill. E104. A couple of coffees. Yeah, like pocket change. It's... Whenever someone accuses me of that, I find it so funny, because it's like, dude, if you knew how little I made off everything I've done here, it would be, like, even just the amount, I haven't even reached Twitch's threshold to receive money back from Twitch from subs and donos yet, which, again, appreciate that. We're affiliate, if you can sub, I don't push for that often, but, like, it's almost to the point of what I've made from YouTube for the past 3 years of being on YouTube. Not quite, but yeah, not much. Affiliates don't get sub money. They do, just at a lower rate. And you have to reach a $50 threshold for them to pay out, which I'm not. No, like, it will come back to me once I reach that threshold, but at a lower rate. Like, I think it's $2 on the 5 until you reach a certain follower threshold, which is... Or not follower, but sub threshold. Yeah, it's rough. But the subs do help build up the channel. And at this stage, that would be the biggest thing. Give this man his money. Jeff Bezos needs to eat. At least you can throw Bezos bucks via, today is not the day to think. Prime subs. But yeah. Yeah, back to Imoen. Imoen? So, Imoen, part of the Heroes of Baldur's Gate. Baloth Delana, Dynahair Imoen, Jaheira, Cradle Minsk, Neris, Shandy Viconia. We've got... Oh, thank you for the follow, Rakaris. Rakaris? How you doing? Pretty, Oh, and thank you for the sub. That was not a bait moment. Please don't take it as that. I do appreciate it, though. Thank you very much. We've got a lot of people in this affiliation now. They don't all necessarily synergize together. Rakures, Rak for short. How you doing? Thank you. I was gonna say, but then you realized that Prime lapsed. You're glad you're not the only one who sees that as Imoen. I don't remember if I made that joke in the video or not. I was going to. I forget if I scrapped it or not. I take out a lot of my potential jokes. Sometimes I lean into them, though. But overall, a pretty good champion. Does have some weird synergy with the heroes, and she has a Ceramorphosis feat to synergize with the absolute adversaries, but she shares a seat with their DPS. So it's a little weird. Don't necessarily, doesn't, because she can't buff Dark Urge. And that's just kind of weird that they did that. I really feel like Dark Urge probably should have taken Gale's seat 1, but whatever. Yeah, it's just strange, but she still has a little bit of synergy in that you're so mad at Urges and Imoen's seat, you like Imoen and Lae'zel together? Yeah. Well, that there is still the synergy, right? You can force spawn aberrations with Imoen to scale up Lae'zel in a boss area. So if you're looking for your absolute peak and your main is the absolute adversaries, you could go to like your Trials boss who's hit-based or armor-based, have Imoen polymorph things into aberrations to scale up Lae'zel, to then swap and get your best numbers. That's a niche use for her, but that is still something you can do with her. But her numbers can get decent. You just gotta pop up an IC to complete an event survey. I've seen that before, I haven't seen those in a while. Hopefully you're back for Nova Dirge. Just remember, since you habitually overrate debuffers, that Warden isn't sticky anymore. Believe me, I know. But yeah. There's the bot. They came back. Time to ban. The only thing I ban. I should pin the message. Bop, bop, bop. Where's the band? Bye bye, bozo. So yeah, so to give you 2,500 corrupted gems for doing it, but actually gave 2 supply chests. That's rough. That's rough, buddy. You got a survey. You typed Briv 9 jump feet. Yeah, that would be nice. Huh, interesting. I haven't got that yet. Maybe I'd need to launch a new run or something though. Do want, yeah. It would probably encourage me to invest in 9 jump. I've kind of lost interest. I'm not good with staying on track with stuff like that. I want to do too many other things. Okay, lurk mode for real. See you when you come back, Caius, if you bump back in. Filling out the survey now. Interesting. I wonder if I'll get it later. Anyway, Imoen. Heya. Imoen increases the damage of adjacent champions by a decent amount once it is stacked up. How does it stack up? Let's take a look. So for one, anytime any champion's favorite foe appears or is defeated, Imoen increases the effect of Optimism, her buff, stacking multiplicatively and then applying multiplicatively. Stacks up to 50 times. Stacks are reset each time the champions change areas. This can get up to a good number if you're able to sit there and farm. You can see she's reaching an E19. She'll cusp a little bit higher. So overall, you can scale it quite well. Are you going to scale it that high in a progression team? Probably not, obviously, as it requires a lot of, I mean, you might get to 50 foes appeared, I guess, if they're all someone's favored foe. Like in this scenario, if I had her on beasts, she'd be stacking it up a lot quicker. But, so yeah, we're at 50 now, so she's reaching a 7E19 with that stack to 50. She is also a healer with Stone Skin. Before every 8th attack, or upon entering a new area, Imoen casts Stone Skin on the champions in the frontmost column of the formation, granting them temporary hit points. The amount is increased for each favored foe that is alive. So, she clearly scales with favored foes. And also, she has Polymorph. I briefly mentioned this before, we'll go over that, it's tied to her specializations. Before every 3rd attack, Imoen polymorphs a random non-boss, non-static enemy into a monster with the same type as her favorite foe, but only at 10% of its original health. She cannot polymorph enemies that are already polymorphed by this ability a second time, so they will remain whatever she turns them into. Boop. And let's pop that respecialized potion, pop those emotes in chat as well, and we'll take a look at her. I should be finding her quick because she's pink. That should stand out. There we go. I guess her hair is more like a peach. Oh, there's those emotes. How you doing, Void? So, you have the choice between Beasts, Dragon, Monstrosity, and Aberration. They become whichever one you choose. Interesting. What did I just hear? What just happened? That threw me off. Did anyone else just hear that? There was like I thought it was one of my alerts, but nothing happened. Did anyone else hear that? Am I going crazy? Woo! Anyway, So you will choose who becomes her favorite foe. Her short bow base attacks against those enemies will deal additional bud damage with each hit. So she gains bud for the favorite foeage. There's a few unique synergies with this. One, I went over the aberration in that Lae'zel scales with spawned aberrations. Her polymorphs will count for that, and you can do them in boss areas, where normally, if I'm remembering correctly, Lae'zel cannot force spawn aberrations in boss areas. Let's take a look. Aberration Hunter. Lae'zel's favorite foe. Every time an aberration spawns, Lae'zel's lethal coordination is multiplicatively increased, stacking up to 4 times. There's a 33% chance each wave in a non-boss area. So again, this is the only way you're going to force spawn aberrations in a boss area, is through Imoen's specialization choice. You like Imoen because you really enjoy Van Ursa. You just wish Imoen wasn't human because it messes with your Jaheira, Big Will, energy attempts. With Folk Hero, yeah. Jaheira needs a human glitch. Dirge needs a human glitch too. So yeah, and piggybacking off of that, she works really well with the likes of Van Ursa, who scales with multiple different types of favorite foes. So you can either fill a slot where the current run doesn't have one of these enemies, and force spawn them, get Van Ursa's crit on them, and that will scale Van Ursa up quite a bit. Van Ursa, I always stumble on her name. And you can even respecialize Potion and get all 4 of these if they are not normally in that run. So there's a lot of utility with Imoen. We'll just go aberrations for now. Dragons is another big one, because a lot of runs don't have dragons. So if you're looking to get a free dragon favored foe for Van Ursa, Imoen's the way to go. But yeah, so, well, actually I should have gone beasts to showcase how, we'll pop another one. Another potion! Another one! Another one. Beast. So by choosing that, beasts are now her favorite foe. You can see they have the favorite foe tag for her, and that's going to scale up her optimism way faster, as it is actively her favorite foes that are spawning. She's already at the cap. So as long as you're in a zone that spawns her favorite foe, optimism will scale up rather quickly. So, boom, 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 boom. So that is one way you can scale that up quite well. Yeah, she has a lot of utility. Polymorph is really good for many miscellaneous reasons. Her buff isn't terrible, but she has weird synergy. She does kind of synergize with the heroes of Baldur's Gate, but having that Ceramorphosis feat is so strange. Sharing the seat with the Dark Urge. Very strange. Don't know why they went that route. I don't know. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Would have been nice to have him sharing a seat with, like, just someone else. Or swapping one of them with that slot. I don't know. Very strange. But let's look at her availability. Not that, her availability. So, we are looking at a good champion, so available for Mert, and let's look through her feats. We are looking at only a strength increase, which does matter for Zariel, as that will reach her to 10 strength, and she has the charisma for Zariel, so she will become available for Zariel with that feat. And otherwise is available for Vajra and Strahd, and she was released 519 days ago, so she's also available for Elminster. And she is available for every day 1 trials restriction. So, with only 1 feat, you make her available for everything. Really good availability. Seems Twitch doesn't like VPN. It's true. I remember I used to watch Twitch with my VPN active, and yeah, it doesn't work good. It really doesn't. You used to be able to circumvent that with their app, but I think the app kind of changed it up too. I'm not sure. Imoen was given the Ceramorphosis feat before they decided where to put Dirge. Yeah. Excuse me, sorry. It still would have been nice for Imoen to be usable with Dirge in some capacity instead of sharing a seat. Unfortunate. Overall, still a decent champion. Decent buffing numbers, great availability, has the favored foe, synergy, polymorphing champion or enemies, where you can even otherwise not, like a boss area. A lot of utility with her. Decent numbers. Previously, we had her ranked at... Where is, There we go. We had her in the higher B+. Let's, And how you doing, Brancliff? Good to see you, by the way. Is this the first time you've come back, in chat at least, since, the test stream? Let's see. Where's Imoen gonna go now? I think she still has the potential to be B+ material. Not the greatest numbers, but decent numbers. A decent ceiling, not the highest though. But that favored foe and force spawning favored foes is a very unique mechanic within the game. There are some in B- that can roughly reach her numbers, or even exceed her though, but they don't have any further mechanic. My initial instinct is somewhere in this range. Is my initial gut reaction. But I am thinking it through. What's everyone think about that? Let's see. Oops. Don't want to pull off my headphones. Oh, boo. See any randomly announces in-game buy glow. Nice to finally have the option to see stuff in-game. I have not heard of that, Pills. You like her there maybe down 1 to 3? I was kind of like, it was between her Jaheira and Jing Sao was kind of where I was thinking, somewhere in this bracket. I like her raw force spawning mechanic, I find useful. Only just logged in, Imoen had one of the fastest base attacks, so it's useful with Whittle to reduce cooldown. The blog post released like 30 minutes ago, it's really fresh. Now I'm curious. Boop, boop, boop. Let's see here. We can take a quick little pause and take a look at this. See if we can get it, well, actually that might work if we just do this. You're not gonna move over? Alright. Let's take a look here. Live up your formation building, because we're here to provide a sneak peek at a system update coming to the game on May 29th, Champion Search. With Champion Search, you will be able to quickly filter through over 140 champions in the game to perfectly fit your formation needs. So there is Champion Search. Let's take a, how close can we get on this? It's kind of fuzzed out, increasing it. Yeah, so you can break it down by class, base attack, affiliation, alignment, patron, champion origin, and ability scores, TOT, age, and alignments. You just unlocked Blushi? Well, congrats on unlocking Blushi, though. Crux is definitely on the rougher side. Unless you have a really good speed team ironed out. How it works to get... I guess we'll do that. There we go. Don't say that. Yeah, Crux really depends on your speed team, honestly. And of course, how deep you can push. To get Champion Search, simply go to the Swap a Champion as you normally would, and click the new Search button at the bottom of the pop-up. On the Champion Search screen, you can filter your options and select new champions to add to your bench. Once you are done, click Apply. Current adventures. Many adventure variants have more than one restriction. Rather than trying to remember all the restrictions when looking for champions, there is a handy checkbox labeled Current Adventure, so you can also filter out people you can't use on the current adventure. You can search by name. We already went over the potential filters. You can sort by equipment rarity. Adventure variants. If a player is hitting a particularly difficult boss, wants to find champions with a higher rarity of equipment, so yeah, you can just sort by rarity. Ability scores and age. Ownership. May be overwhelming to see so many champions, so you can filter it by whether you own them or not. It seems. Clicking on a champion that you do not own will bring up a pop-up that tells you where you can recruit that champion. Okay. For evergreen champions that are unlocked via adventure variants, the pop-up will tell you exactly where you can unlock them. And you can sort them alphabetically, equipment rarity, etc. And there are increased mouse over details to give you the basics of their character sheet. Okay. Honestly, Blushi is more annoying to unlock than Crux. It kind of depends, right? It really does depend on the RNG of both. People who own all champs, Pog. Finally, the game is embracing its nature as a spreadsheet simulator. You made a... Oh, screen, I see. You made a print screen, reduced the numbers to almost the same. Okay, yeah. For Deblushi. Yeah, they are both RNG based, so it really depends. Like, Crux if you can push to that wall, Crux might be considered easier as long as it doesn't take your, like, prime speed champions early, because then you might get hit pretty hard. But, yeah. Interesting. Yeah. So, yeah, effectively, Bite Glow, to a degree, is, at least the champion details, is coming in-game to a menu. That's useful. Will be handy. Interesting. I did not know that. I don't know what's behind that window, so okay, it was just the tier list. Just to be safe. So yeah, I don't hate that ranking for Imoen. I think she's in that range within a couple slots. I personally think her favorite foe / force spawning mechanics are unique enough to edge her out over Jangshao and Jaheira. She's in that range somewhere, though, I think. So, now... You were shocked that Jangshao become the bud in the long run? Oh, and your Blushi run? Yeah, that definitely depends on who they locked out for you and what you had access to. Okay. So we have got Avren, Strix, Nova, Strongheart, Warden, and the Dark Urge. Probably saving the Dark Urge, Nova, and Strix for last. Somewhere in there. So Strongheart, Avren, Warden. Warden? We could look at Warden. Somewhat of an unfortunate tale, as Warden's identity was tied behind Hex, which traditionally was a sticky debuff. And again, debuffs aren't as important as they used to be. Then Avren, we can do that. And that's too bad because the season Warden was a part of, they removed the sticky nature of Hex, which in my opinion was Warden's identity. Warden is not a wasted slot, but is kind of in a weird spot. So you can see as Warden attacks, well, we'll remove familiars. You'll see the Hex stack up. Well, maybe we'll need to go somewhere we can actually hit things. You like that skin for him? I do enjoy this skin for Warden. For reference, Warden normally looks like this. This skin is pretty neat. Neat-o. You can see Hex was stacking up there. We'll probably go somewhere we can stack up Hex, just for the visualization, and then we can also see the curse as well. I love when I double spam click, you can see my table move, because my camera's just on my monitor, and it also moves my mic, so everything's just shaking. Let's see what we're looking like here. Is Warden killing? No, there we go. So you can see Hex, and it naturally stacks up to 4, but there are many ways you can now make Hex stack up even more. Up to 10 for me right now, because I'm using a feat that increases, 2 feats that increases the max stack cap. Wish you played during the season? Yeah. So yeah, Warden curses the target before attacking it, applying 1 stack of Hex. Enemies take more damage for each Hex stack affecting them, stacking multiplicatively. Each enemy can have up to 10 stacks, again because of my feats, at a time. Post-stack Hex bonus, E9. So the multiplicative scaling here is to the 100%. So unfortunately, this is not any form of pre-stack debuff. The post bonus is where the bonus comes in. Still, stacking a 100% multiplicatively, then being applied by that number isn't the worst, but it's not the best, right? Where do you guys expend your current gems? You have 130k. Since you don't know where to use them, you're saving. Yeah, corrupted gems, especially early on, I would recommend the support pigments. They have a lot of value to them. Overall, and at the end of the day, feats will generally, it'll take time, but they'll come to the gem shop eventually. Yeah, unless you're sitting good on pigments, I would recommend pigments. Pygmies. Occasionally, maybe a golden epic like this time around, if you happen to be a nerd's main with Will, that one wouldn't be terrible, but I would recommend Pigments. That's me. So, Warden also has a Cursed Spectre. Enemies that die while cursed by Warden spawn accursed specters, which increases the damage taken by nearby enemies. So we'll kill that. You see that specter just popped out. You couldn't wait for tadpole feats. You jumped in on them. I did too. Because I knew I was going to lean into the absolute adversaries, I did jump on a lot of the Ceramorphosis feats as well. But unless you really like a skin or a golden epic, if you use that champion ability a lot, yeah. But you can increase the amount of those specters, and that is multiplicative. So that is tied to Warden's specializations. Let's just take a look at what they are first. Specialization potion emote. Where are you, Warden? Where is she? There you are. So, Warden will scale the maximum number of accursed specters that can be active at once, equal to the number of evil champions with a dexterity of 16 or higher, or the number of champions with charisma as their highest ability score. So you're just gonna take whichever one is the highest in your pushing formation if you're using Warden, because you want as many specters as possible. I want to keep Briv in. Is there a way to break down in Bite Glow? I don't think I've ever done this. What their highest stat is. Oh, you can. Okay, yeah. Boop. Let's go highest stat charisma, since you can see the Briv is being affected by that as well. We're getting 2 out of that. So, for the sake of this, we're just going to slot in a bunch of highest charisma stat champions. And we're just going to bump them to level 1 just for the sake of filling slots with them. So we're just going to look around here at people that have charisma as their highest score. So let's get a bunch of the lower ranked champions in at level 1. Rhea. We could do Rhea. She's not lower ranked, but that's fine. We're just leveling them to 1. We could do Fawida. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Corazon is, but he's fully leveled. We want to not progress. We want to see how many specters we can get going up at one time. Who's, we could do Falanya. We could do everyone's favorite hated champion, Shaka. And I guess Eliwick we can do. So, now that we look at his specializations, we have 10 out of 10 for the charisma option. Again, you're just going to want to take whichever is the highest. And so now, when we get a kill, you can see there's a lot more specters out. Well, let's clear up the map a bit. You can see we have a lot more specters, and they're all going to collapse on whatever Warden attacks. So they will all be in the radius of something, and this is multiplicative. You're not going to get crazy buffing from it. But at 10, it's not a bad addition on top of Hex. The problem is, it is a kill mechanic. So you do at least need to get a kill to pop it off. So it's a bit clunky, because you can see if we didn't have any, they're going to linger for a bit. I guess that's fair. This is a better version of a kill mechanic because they do linger, so you can get a kill before you progress, and they'll still be out. So it's a little bit better. I don't know if they have the timer anywhere on them. I don't know how long they're actually out for. Interesting. They stay from zone to zone, though? Yeah. It's hard to use Warden when Dirge exists. He takes the evil spot in that seat. Yeah. Dirge definitely is an important champion by today's standards. And again, Warden, with the changes to Warden, kind of hurts because we're talking about a DPS support who you're probably not going to use as your DPS. and as a support, isn't positional, so you're not going to use him for Artemis. You might use Warden for Krond being evil, but you're not going to use Warden for Warduke either. Definitely hard to squeeze Warden into a formation. So yeah, when Warden attacks, all Accursed Spectres rush toward the target. Yeah, Hex stacking. Whenever a champion kills an enemy near an Accursed Spectre, the Spectre reacts violently, applying 1 Hex stack to all enemies, so it helps spread the hexes. However, there is also Cloak of Flies. Warden's attack also deals area damage in a small radius, equal to 25 times the highest number of active Hex stacks. So that's a bit of the boost from a DPS standpoint. But again, we're not talking a huge boost here. It really is rough that, as you can see, we're gonna remove Warden. Maybe he's under attack. Let me remove Warden. Ah, man. Alright, fine. So, this enemy has Hex applied to it. Remove Warden. It did remain. Huh? It must just mechanically not remain, because it's not sticky anymore. So that's interesting. 432. Yeah, so you can see by my click there that it wasn't active anymore, because my click right now is hitting 432. If you can peer at that, we'll throw in Warden, get a Hex on an enemy. Oh. Oh, come on. Now it's just going away. Of course. Okay, now it's going away on top of that. Whatever. And yeah, that's fair Ravenous. We could also reference... You can technically unlock Warden through Mert, the patron, the first patron available to you, so it is not recommended to spend time gate pieces on Warden, as you can simply purchase Warden through the patron shop of Mert. Also unlocks Warden if you do not already own. So, there is that. A way to help fill up your slots. And Warden isn't bad, it's just losing the sticky debuff sucks for Warden's identity, and what Warden was honestly mostly used for, which was the sticky debuff. Debuffs have also fallen down in importance, so being a debuffer that is no longer sticky, that is a DPS without positionals. But Dungeons doesn't buff Krond, so doesn't get used unless locked out of main DPS. Did you mean Dirge? Dungeons. Dirge, not dungeons? Okay, yeah. I mean, at this stage of the game, I simply recommend people investing in Dirge as their DPS anyway, so. But yeah, the only DPS you're probably going to use Warden for is Krond, unless you're for some reason focusing Warden, which I just personally would not recommend. But we'll look at Warden's availability. Oh yeah, let's see. So we are looking at an evil champion, so is available for Mert, does have a Constitution feat, bringing that con to 14, becoming viable for Vajra. Does have another Constitution feat, but unless you want to pair him with Dynahair and he's not adjacent to Dynahair to get him to 15, you're probably not going to use both, unless you're meeting a rare restriction that requires 15 con. But there is that as an option. And those are the only two. So, will not be available for Strahd with Warden's 8 intelligence, is available for Zariel with the higher strength and charisma, but was released 1,996 days ago, so will not be available for Elminster, and that low intelligence will lock Warden out of the Day 1 intelligence trial. So, with a feat, available for 3 out of the 5 patrons, and available for 5 out of the 6 day ones. Not the best, not the worst. Yeah, 5-6 trials, 3-5 patrons. Yep, Void. Exactly. So, not the worst, but not the best. Yeah, Warden's an interesting one. After the rework, I still think Warden is decent, but Warden's probably going to take a bit of a hit. We previously, after the rework, put Warden in, well, not we, in B+, next to Sasaspia, who was also reworked. If that debuff was sticky, we'd be talking a lot more value. Even though debuffs have taken a hit, sticky still has value. But Warden is no longer sticky, and that sucks. More so than other debuffers, I swear it was Warden's identity to be a sticky debuffer. Where is Warden gonna go? Sticky was nice because he could be swapped with Strix, yeah, and even after they worked on Nova, who was sticky, you could have Nova, swap to Warden, swap to Strix, and have 3 different debuffs from the same seed. But then they removed Warden sticky. What's everyone feeling for Warden? Warden still puts up okay numbers, but again, isn't positional, doesn't excel as a DPS. It's no longer sticky. Doesn't have the greatest availability, not the worst. Feel like Warden might fall to B-, at least. Could even fall to C+ with an argument. That's roughly where I was thinking, honestly. Because a lot of the people from Warden's season were roughly the same power threshold, roughly. And we've got Sasaspia and Korth in that bracket. You like Warforged in D&D, so you think you should give it 1 tier+. Warforged are cool. Lucius range, but most of that is because how strong his seat is. Yeah, and generally I don't like to rank based on the seat itself, but sometimes you can't deny it. I don't think Warden falls to the C-, but definitely less value than before. You still say A, but Krond main, so might be tainted, I'm guessing is what you meant, instead of tented. Even then, there's probably better supports for Krond, though. Not necessarily in that seat, I guess. I mean, Warden is definitely best in seat these days for Krond, but... And again, these tier lists are always ultimately meant for fun. Don't take them as gospel, and always use who you want to use. I never am of the mindset that they're ranked low, you shouldn't use them. That's not what this is intended to be. You say C because he's expensive feat-wise. A lot of seasonal people are. The gospel according to Tyredack. With his buddy Dragonbait. That is an interesting comparison. Miria ends up outputting better numbers for your Krond formations. Yeah, different seat though. But yeah, ultimately you would probably just not use seat 11 for Krond these days. But with restrictions, you might fall back on Warden or just like Warden. I think Warden's kit is cool. I don't think they should have removed the sticky aspect though. Oh man. Do not become a real cold. Do not become a real cold. I'm feeling a lower end of B-. I can see an argument for C+. Come on. Another bot. Get out of here, y'all. I don't want to have to be banning turds. Get out of here. Get out of here. I wish Warden was still sticky. I really do. Let's say B-. Where would Warden go? Because at least Warden, while not necessarily the best for mini, isn't restrictive. You can just drop Warden in your formation anywhere, and you're benefiting from Warden. Oh, my balls are sticking to my legs. Near Torgar then? No, because Torgar's very restrictive, though. Like, very restrictive in who Torgar buffs. Warden is kind of the opposite of Torgar, in that you just need to slot him and go for literally anyone. But not gonna be the best for most. See, plus trying to get the max hex before something kills the tank is rough. Potentially, yeah. It's the loss of that sticky. Man, the loss of that sticky really does hurt. Do I see Warden in C+? It's right on that line for me. I'm really on that line of B- to C+, somewhere right in there. I could, going back to Void's comment, I could kind of see Warden near Dragonbait. I could see that. What's everyone feel about that? Maybe even just behind Dragonbait. Somewhere in that range. Somewhere. Oh. How are we feeling about that? You like it? Seems right. I don't like that fall, but yeah. I think it does fit. All right. Oh, we can move on for now. Look at those big old Vecnas. What are you doing? Let's kill you. Bye-bye. Rip Bozo. Okay. I don't know why I got sidetracked there. All right. Oh, now I gotta level them all up. You never use now since they removed the sticky? Yeah, it is true. I don't know why I have to level these people. I just do. Oh, I'm on upgrade too. That's taking longer. There we go. But yeah. Excuse me. So, yeah, I think we had Avren with the quarter on the table. I just can't help it. I cannot help it. I'm not going to use them in this run, but they are unleveled. What's the max debuff for Warden? And that's even the problem too, right? Because, again, Hex, they take 100% more damage for each Hex stack, stacking multiplicatively. So that will multiplicatively stack. So we're talking only about a 100 to whatever that multiplicative stack is, then increased by the post. So that's not even going to scale that hard, is the problem too. Still decent, but not like good. We could do the math. I'm going to be bad at math today. Let's see. I could just try to pump it out real quick. Can't do it in my head today, that's for sure. Yeah, honestly, that in my case, that's probably only roughly coming out to about an E12. So that's not even a huge increase for just the 1 hex. I could be off on that today, though. Absolutely could be. But yeah. Could be closer to an E13. But then you also have to take into consideration a Cursed Spectre, which is a little bit of a boost on top of that. And that depends on how many people you have with Spectre. But yeah, we'll move on to Avren, who is interesting. Because Avren is still good, but not exactly what people are looking for these days. Is one of the OG S tiers, if we look at the old list. However, he's definitely going to take a hit, because his importance has just fallen off. Still good, though. We'll go over the kit. So, currently have the gnome glitch skin. Normally looks like this, but we're using him as a little gnome. Avren revolves around Mirror Image. Avren casts Mirror Image every 15 seconds. The image lasts for 60 seconds, which is affected by his specialization, we'll get to that, and buffs its target depending on their tags. DPS will have their damage increased by E7. Supports will have then an additional buff that increases the damage of all champions for an E6. And again, these are based on my item levels, which are in the 600 to 700 range. A lot of shinies. I focused on them early on with my early Zorbu team back in the day. The important thing about these mirror images is that these buffs are multiplicative. They are each their own separate buff. So, when we're talking that, you're going to want it applied to your DPS, because then we're getting an increased damage for the DPS tag. And as in the scenario of Zorbu, he's a DPS and a support. So if you look at Mirror Image, we are talking a support buff and a DPS buff. So already we have an E7 and an E6 right off the go. And then if we just filled it up in general, we'll take a look at his specializations real quick. Where the baldy at? Where's my bald brother? There you are. For his mirrors, you can choose alignment based. So generally you'll want that on your DPS. So your DPS is always getting that DPS buff. Because if, let's say, Zorbu was the only good champion, he will still be applying it to other champions. It's not restricted to this alignment. So you want it to be on your DPS because the DPS has a higher % buff than the support buff. So you do want that on your DPS. And then you choose sturdy mirrors or empowered mirrors. Increase the duration of mirror image by 100% to 60 seconds. It's normally 30. Or increase the effective mirror image. You might think the effect is better. Generally speaking, sturdy is better, because that means there will be one more image up than normal at least. And you're generally going to see 4 permanent images in that scenario. That means an entire other multiplicative buff instead of slightly buffing less multiplicative buffs. So sturdy's gonna generally be the pick. Ultimately, period. So let's Ellie Gazerick Whittle for Gnome Crew. We can do that just for a little fun doodle dandy. Let's get them there though, just for the sake of applying the mirrors. And Gazerick. And we can even do Whittle as well. For the lulz. We could remove Briv in this scenario. So we'll wait until all the images are up. Okay, so you can see he's maintaining 4 images now. So that means we have an E7, an E6 together on Zorbu, and then 3 other champions offering an E6. So we are dealing with 4 E6s and an E7 buff maintained permanently. Overall, that scales really good. Oh, we can do math again, I guess. Let's see. Today, I'm a little sick today, so math is not my... I can feel I'm running a little hot. Math is not my strong suit today. Anyone else getting Ming, the merciless vibes from his icon? You're back early. Where'd Imoen go? And who did you miss? Your trainer canceled. You just did 2 light rounds, so you have some gas for the risk scheduled tomorrow. Word. We did Imoen and Warden. Real quick, I can showcase that. Warden went into C+ with Dragonbait. I was going between B- and C+. And Imoen got into the B+ near the end next to Jaheira. I think her mechanic is unique enough, and she reaches decent numbers. And she has good availability. So, oh yeah, right. C+ is overrating to you. You were going to say that wherever I put him anyway. Let's see. So we were talking about mirror image. So we're talking with my numbers right now. With all 4 mirror images up, he's reaching, I think, roughly an E23. So overall, he puts out really good numbers with very little effort. But that's not even all he does. He also has Seeing Double, where he increases the damage of all champions, multiplicative for each champion adjacent to Avren. The base amount is increased for each active mirror image on adjacent champions. So you want him adjacent to as many champions as possible, who are also buffed by his mirror image. So we're talking another 4E7 on top of that, which, what were we saying? So yeah, overall, I think right now he's putting out roughly E30 for me. If we consider the DPS tag from Zorbu, the 4 support tags that are out, and Seeing Double, altogether are reaching roughly an E30 buff. So overall, he's really strong. However, he's kind of phased out of his importance because, one, he was kind of the only champion at the time reaching those numbers when he first came out. He was so important for a lot of formations because he was putting out crazy numbers. We started then getting more champions who could put up numbers like that, like Blue Sheep with just a flat buff was a big one. And we just kept going from there. Avren was kind of the first one who was putting out just crazy numbers. And he was very important in his day. One of the problems is that he works best with DPS supports, meaning Artie, Kron, Duck, Dirge, yeah. I was going to say having to keep his mirrors adjacent to him isn't a little effort. The mirrors bounce a lot with bigger formations, it's true, but Seeing Double, it really, like, we could have him in this corner, and it's still bumping E6. We lose an exponent. That's not crazy. He really hinges more on mirror images than Seeing Double, but obviously you want to try to get the maximum out of all of them. But yeah, the biggest problem is, one, we've leaned into positionals. These are not positional. And he shares a seat with a good positional buffer. And ultimately, his synergy is a little off because, while he pumps out amazing numbers, like Kalkra said, if you're using him with Artemis, Krond, or Warduke, or Dirge, they're DPS only, so they will only get the DPS tag, so you'll lose out on one of the E6s. So that'll bump you down a little bit. And they're not positional, so that hurts Artemis, and he's got a low strength and is not evil for Krond, and again, not positional, so that kind of sucks for Warduke. I still think Avren is pretty good for Ashara, if you happen to be using her, because there is half-elf synergy there, and he can also count as a gnome with his glitch. You're looking forward to the future of all gnome formation, yeah. So yeah, that's kind of the rough thing with Avren. His kit is amazing. Straight up. He is just really good. However, he does struggle to find a footing in a formation these days. Will the zap stonks go up? But she's a goblin, not a gnome. don't know if you can see that. The splashback from my coffee just went straight up my nose. Oh, come on. Okay. I don't think I've ever had that happen. Oh. Okay. Whew, that'll perk you up. Ah, man, Avren. So yeah, again, definitely taking a hit. Probably a fairly big one, but his numbers are still really good. And he's not necessarily the best to fit into a formation with seeing double, but his mirror images are just going out. No matter what, his mirror images will be a huge buff. Hopefully that doesn't mean adding Wolbrin Bongle to the game. I don't even know who that is. Who is that? Who is that? What am I looking up here? Oh, wait. Oh, I do know that name. Okay. Yeah. No, yeah. Playing through Baldur's Gate 3, I do know who that is. I forgot that was the name. Bongle. Yeah, well, we'll go into his availability. I'm just kind of thinking through him. Because he still does have a good kit. He pumps out really good numbers. But he does struggle to find a good place. We are looking at a neutral champion, so not available for Mert. As far as ability score increases, he does have a strength boost, and this will get him into Zariel. And he is naturally available for Vajra and Strahd, but he did come out 1,681 days ago, so he will not be available for Elminster. And as far as day ones go, as long as you use that strength feat, he will be available for all day ones. So with that strength feat, he will only be locked out of Mert and Elminster. Overall, decent availability. As far as where we had him before, again, he was an S ranker because his numbers were unparalleled at the time. He's definitely going to take a hit. Because, I mean, his numbers were so good, it justified not fully stacking Survival of the Fittest at the time for Krond if you used Krond. But these days, same as Shaka, I don't know. It's definitely easier to get numbers on Avren than Shaka. Look at the bright side, since you're streaming, we'll be able to fix the people who get knocked around by new champs. You don't want to hang on to those wildly out-of-date S and A plus ranks. Yeah, Avren was crazy S rank when he came out, but not by today's standards. Oops. There we go. Avren isn't going to hang on to the A+. Probably not. You think he should still stay an A+. Very easy to use, 5 times applying pre-stack ability. This is really good, sounds like enough for A+. I was thinking a dip into A- just because of lack of synergy with main DPS champions. Yeah, kind of near Kroll and Orkira is kind of what I was thinking. They were all really the same time frame, right? Like, really good for that specific time of the game. He almost has enough numbers to bump him to A+, but being non-positional and not synergizing with a lot of the main damage dealers does suck. He still can pump good numbers, though. Put him with his formation debuff buddies, which is funny because he's not a debuffer, but yeah, they were often all tied together. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of roughly in the A- range. What did you get his total buff to? You have Gym Brain going on. I believe it was roughly, it was E30 or E32, somewhere in that range, as long as I could apply the double buff to a DPS. Because it would be like an E, 27-ish without... Because raw number-wise, he would be above these two. But his lack of synergy, and he's not a debuffer, and you can at least still use them for debuffing or healing or gold. Maybe here? With or without E5, E6 seeing double? Yeah, it was with, yeah. But, yeah, with a low seeing double and with only a DPS, he would probably be in the E26 to 8 range. With, well, no, maybe a little less. I'm bad at math today. But yeah, it was E30 or E32 with. Does Freely need to drop a few? In his perfect setup, he actually gets like an E50 debuff if everyone's doing it properly, which is probably not going to happen. But he's still useful for gold and debuffing. He has more utility overall. I'll save that for Tuesday when we fight over everyone. Oh, I'm so looking forward to that. Yeah. I can be okay with that. Rough and tumble. You know you are. If you can defend a ranking, you can be confident in it. And if you can't, you can be confident the list is correct. I know you're going to pull out all the stops to be a contrarian when you don't even need to. And that's probably when we'll see the revival of Dark Warrior as well. Yeah, so let's see. We've done Jam, Dragonbait, Rust, Warden, Orisha, Imoen, leaving us with Nova, Strix, Strongheart, and the Dark Urge. And Avren, of course. Strongheart, yeah, we could dive into Strongheart. He's weird, kind of interesting, but kind of weird these days. Previously tied to seasons, now tied to events. He does have a higher crit base, and he buffs those adjacent to him. This can scale decently, not the highest, but decently. But he can help scavenge up to additional event tokens when killing bosses. He lives in Party 3, running Elminster loops on Mad Wizard with Presto and Jangsao and Viconia. Yeah, I mean, he's worth slotting in the background to keep your event tokens maxed. Are you getting a huge return on these tokens? Not really. I mean, as long as that initial girthy boost is worth it. But once you do that, yeah, so like Presto, like Diana, he has a collection mechanic while not being tied to their affiliation, but can become one. Party 4, yeah. However, he is also a healer, so he will heal champions affected by Justice Needs champions, which is his buff, so those adjacent, unless you're spreading it through some mechanic. For an average healing number, nothing to write home about. However, he does have Righteous Might. Whenever Strongheart lands a critical hit, for the next 20 seconds, he increases the damage of Justice Needs champions by an amount, and increases the healing of Courage to Stand, and reduces the base attack speed cooldown of himself and champions affected by Justice Needs champions by 0.5 seconds. If you can stack that up, that isn't too bad for scaling up Justice Needs champions. Waiting for the day they give us a 5th party? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised since we have a new campaign and a new patron. That might be on the docket next. Not sure though. And then there's his specializations. Get those respec pots up. So, you're pretty sure you're getting his collector mechanic even on the bench? I don't think it's not meant to be. Oh, I see what you're saying, Lazy Cat. I see. But who is your 4th DPS team? You still only have one Valentine. and you're not going to get more Valentines. Strongheart is the party man. How you doing, Brainless? So yeah, he does have some interesting specialization choices. He will either increase the damage bonus of Justice Needs champions by 100% for each good champion in the formation, stacking multiplicatively, so a maximum of 10. But is your formation really going to be a full of 10 goodies? You know, who knows? Or he will join the affiliation of the most populous affiliation in the formation, and increase the bonus of Justice Needs champions by a slightly higher amount for each champion in that affiliation. This can be useful for some affiliations that scale with how many of their affiliation is in the formation. Off the top of my head, the Rivals is a big one, because multiple of the Rivals scale with how many Rivals are in the formation. I guess potentially Nahara, right? And he does synergize with the Mithril Hall, not in that he offers Mithril Hall stacks, but they offer a lot of crit bonuses, and he scales with critting, so that could be a decent one, just team to pair him with in general. It's ironic that he came out during the Champions season and doesn't work with Champions. Do you mean companions? Yeah, okay. Again, I still think the crit synergy does help, but yeah, it's more about helping Strongheart at that point, not him helping the affiliation. You still heavily advocate for a changeling champion with the ability to copy abilities of a champion. So do I. I think there should be, I've said this from a very long time ago, there should be a champion in the game that allows you to basically seat another champion anywhere. I know they were working on a feat swap mechanic previously, but have since scrapped it, so that's unfortunate. Yeah, it would be cool if we got that. But yeah, so there are some, I'm trying to think of other affiliations that would technically scale with honorary member. Valentine plus Artemis. You shouldn't be, I don't think you should be able to take someone who was already in the formation, but yeah. Because doubling up on the same champion would get too nutty in some cases. Oh. BDS. The benefits of caddies, crit spec, Rivals. Yeah, so yeah, basically everyone I mentioned. Will plus Will. Oh my god. Yeah, that would be stupid. Double Ishara, double dipping. Again, that wouldn't, that actually wouldn't help quite as much, but double Kroll, yeah, well, and it would even open up, you know, using Kroll with Krond, which would be cool. But, yeah, double dipping from his debuff would be funny, too. Anyway, you think they found coding bench swaps like that was a giant can of worms? Yeah. Spotted a hidden command from Garwar's question on Dev Insights for a kill log. I'm not going to do that right now because I don't know if you're lying to me or not. Double Rosie. Yeah. I'll find out later. I don't trust random commands that I haven't looked into. It's just what I have to do. It's easier to make. Strongheart work in the background. And that was like 3 weeks of bug fixes. Yeah. Because it shows click damage. I'll look into it. I'm not going to do it live. But, it's common knowledge. Okay, not to me. I'm not gonna trust something I don't know. So, just what I have to do. Yeah, we did not go over his third specialization. Strongheart increases the damage bonus of Justice Needs champions by 20% for each event buff or boon that is currently unlocked, stacking multiplicatively, so he scales with event progress. Used to be seasons, now events. For the sake of this, I might do honorary member and get him some crits so we can show off his peak damage buffing numbers through his critting. So yeah, additively increase critical hit chance of all companions of the hall. He will be counted as a companion, so we'll gain crit through Cadibri and that specialization. And of course, Wolfgar, with his additive increase to crits. And Puent, with his bleeding debuff. Drist, not so much. But Drist himself does scale with how many of his affiliation are there, so he'll help that a little bit at least for each companions of the hall. And Regis. There's a buff his crit for, yeah. For the gold, yeah. So I mean, he can kind of synergize with the companions, but doesn't directly scale Mithril Hall stacks or anything. But yeah, so does it say how long it lasts for? Lands a crit for 20 seconds. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna have to go somewhere where we're able to take hits. Let's just throw in Brave then, even though Point offers a lot of crit. Where am I probably gonna have to go for this? Let's see. I am not good with remembering rough numbers of enemy health at areas. It's one thing I'm definitely not good at. Let's just see what we're looking at here. Strongheart needs a dwarf feat just because you enjoy the thought of a short heart. It would match the companions as well. Yeah, no, we're still getting... Once Guinevere from Dritz applies the bleed, we're still getting the damage. We have enough shards, thanks. What do you mean shards? We have one shard. Alright, that's looking good. So, he's stacking up a couple crits. We're getting Justice Needs Champions up to a potential of E27 to E29 if he can maintain crits. Obviously, this is better since we're slotting the companions. But as long as you get a little crit going, he will boost this up quite decently. Say the cat's name again? Yeah, Lily is my cat's name. Why are we talking about my cat? Did she show up somewhere? You will say Strongheart looks weird in his human glitch skin. Should be in his default Dragonborn skin. The dragon skin is kind of interesting. You said Guinevere funny. I always do. Because I've heard it pronounced 1,000 different ways. And I don't know how it is. So I say whatever. Anyway, we're looking at a decent potential number. Are you going to reach this height normally? Probably not. But as long as he is actively getting a few crits in, you're looking at a decent buff. So yeah, unique synergy by joining some affiliations, which can be interesting. Is that pronounced goon? We are not in a goon cave. So, one thing I think he is in desperate need of is a strength feat, which he does not have, because he is not available for Krond, and I think he should be. Can be used decently with Warduke, but then you wouldn't be taking, you know, that affiliation. Guinevere, you like it. Driz kind of uses her, like, hockey. What are we talking about? Oh, okay. Wow, I completely lost track we were talking about the Panther. Anyway, so yeah, let's look at his availability, though. Kind of losing focus today. I apologize. My back is killing me, too. I'm just a whiny little bitch today. Okay, so he is good. So he is available for Mert. And as you can see, he has a Constitution feat, bringing him to 14, and a Intelligence feat, which will bring him to 13. Through these two feats, he does become available for Vajra and Strahd, and has enough strength and charisma to be viable for Zariel, and was released 330 days ago, so is still, for a while, available for Elminster. And with his decent TOT spread out evenly, he is available for every day one. So if you consider his feats, he's available for everything. Overall, really good availability. So yeah. Previously, we had Strongheart. I find Strongheart to be like the antithesis to Warduke. 2 years and change, a while. Am I wrong? We had him in the lower A+. Again, reaches decent numbers. Will he always be at his super height of those numbers? No. But he can reach decent numbers fairly quickly. Is available for everything, with feats considered. Can join affiliations he doesn't naturally belong to. Overall, pretty good. You'd call that a long while, or even a very long while? Well, it's all subjective, isn't it? Where is he gonna sneak into now? Be somewhere, probs. Did you mention he's a pre-stacker? I don't believe I did. Strongheart's Righteous Might technically is pre-stack, and that is his crit scaling of his adjacent buff. His buff is pretty good, availability is mint, but there's also always better options, generally speaking. But at the same time, he's not bad. And he's a scavenger, so at least useful in a background party. If nothing else. Is good for when restrictions hit. B isn't bad. I mean, if he's in B, I'm seeing him in a higher B, though, is kind of what I'm saying. I do wish he had the strength for Krond. I think he'd be a good fit for Krond. I think he's okay for Warduke. I mean... Above Virgil? I think so. But Virgil is also speed. But it would be fitting for him to have next to Presto. Oh, don't you hate it when you have that buzzing in your ear out of nowhere? Hello. He needs a strength feat, though. I love that emote. I love that I made someone have to approve that emote. Man. That's what I'm kind of looking at the whole Turiel Baloth area, and Strongheart has a higher ceiling than Baloth, and unique mechanics. Baloth also has unique mechanics, but Bailoff has pretty good availability, but Strongheart's availability is on point with feats. Sorry, my brain is gone today. Oh man. Ultimately, like, my brain keeps going to here. But I don't know. His healing isn't even its own positional in the same vein as Omen, but also doesn't have much scaling. For his one positional as Omen does. It doesn't have gold find either. I mean, I think Omen is better than Strongheart, but we're in a whole different bracket here. I mean, that is, I actually don't remember. I mean, the heal does scale decently once he gets critting. 4 heals. Heals are all garbage, but you don't hate it, but you kind of feels high for your third support choice in the seat. We'll take another look in a second. I actually don't remember. Is his heal its own positional, or is it just tied to Justice Need Champions? In that, for Warduke. I don't recall. It does only count as 1, okay. I couldn't remember if it was tied to that or not. Yeah, it doesn't get inverted. Okay. That would have been interesting to make him synergize with Warduke, to make Courage to stand also positional on its own, instead of just being tied to Justice. Nope. Let's go back to the tier list. Around Virgil, there are a lot of adjacent position champions fighting for those spots around the DPS. And with Warduck and Val? Warduck and Val? I don't think he... What? Wait, what? Oh, you're just saying for, positionals? Or... in the formation? Yeah, the heal is just tied to the other positional. It's the only one that gets inverted. A lot of people love Barrowin, and that was kind of a hot topic, not yesterday, but Tuesday. Different seats. I think they were just comparing kit to kit. You love Erwin, but the more you look at her kit, the more you ask yourself why. Maybe you're just into dwarf shorties. Strictly adequate. I like her as a tank with healing that only hits one enemy for niche scenarios. I'm struggling a bit with this one. I'm on the struggle bus all day today, though, if I'm being perfectly honest. I don't hate that placement, but I still feel like I think when Tuesday after C12, B+ is one that's probably gonna get shuffled around. I don't hate that placement. I'm just not convinced of it. I think we'll leave him there for now just to move on. But we can go back to him at the end. Because we do still have a few to go through. We've got Strix, Nova, and the Dark Urge. Probably Strix or Nova first. Put a pin in it and come back at a later date. When not sick. Strongheart, he has his formations and his useful crit chance. Building up his pre-stack is a pain unless you're consistently swapping formations. Yeah, he can get a couple stacks natively, and it's not too bad, but to get peak, yeah. I do like his scavenging. I like the idea of scavengers. And I like that he can have affiliation shenanigans. We'll probably go over Strix. Alright, so, Strix. Part of the Waffle Crew and the Acquisitions Incorporated. Has heavy ties to the Acquisitions Incorporated now. She starts out with Aura of the Unclean. Would be cool if Sunday, I'm guessing you mean Saturday's squad, DPS gets a buff based on scavenging. Don't know how to implement that though, because they're all capped. Strongheart would be top tier of CNE, hadn't hard bailed on crit mechanics, and there was more broad support. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Goth Tiefling. I don't even know if I'd color Goth, just a stinky one. Maybe a little Goth. Yeah, Aura of the Unclean. Increase the damage of all champions that are not adjacent to Strix, because she tinky, and increase the damage dealt by Strix for the same amount for each champion affected. So if you want her as your DPS, you want to slot as many champions not adjacent to her as possible. We'll just fill it in with a bunch of whatevers. Whatever. Doesn't matter. This is very much not a formation I would ever recommend. Oh, and it's getting inverted. Let's not use Warduke. Does it actually show that scaling? No? I thought it did. Poop. But it is an additive stack. Gamer tiefling. So yeah, that's an additive stack, so that's not like a pre-stack or a good multiplier or anything. We're just looking at an additive 1.87 for her personal damage. And that overall, this is what makes her good for Artemis, in that she is a DPS positional support, but this is on the lower end of a positional. You're not going to get huge numbers from Aura of the Unclean. She has made it into the meta, because a lot of people are using the likes of Evelyn, Jim, and her, all from Acquisitions Incorporated, to scale each other for Artemis. With broad pattern buff, so there's a lot of observes and socialites. For some formations, yes. Some formations, it's going to be hard to get that on a lot of champions, depending. Or you're going to have her in a perfect spot, and it's going to be on, like, everybody. So there is potential, absolutely. But being how low it is, yeah, the potential comes entirely from how many observance you can get from it. But she also has Haunted. Increase the damage of all champions by a lower amount for every champion death in the formation while Strix is in it, with stacks persisting until you reset. For pretty much all formations, to be honest, she lives in the back corner. I don't necessarily disagree, but there are a lot of scenarios where she definitely can't find an ideal spot, and or will conflict with where you want to put someone else. But you can usually get it on a fair amount of people. But yeah, and again, considered right now the meta for Artemis. I use Nova, that's personal preference. I never say my Artemis is the ideal. Anyway, Haunted. We'll stack that up a little bit while we're talking about this. Let's get, I guess it doesn't matter as long as how far did I push? I don't recall. Oh, okay. That'll work. Oh yeah, we're at 1. I guess it doesn't matter. Just get someone in the formation. So we'll let people die for a little bit. So for every champion death in the formation, Strix is in it, with stacks persisting until you reset. So however hard you scale this, It will last for that run and that run only. Haunted can get good if everyone is dying around her, like Spurt, Blushia, Starry. That's fair too, yeah. To be fair, you're pretty sure Nova is better at low Ardval gear levels. That is definitely true though, yeah. Nova puts out better numbers to observe from early on, absolutely. Yeah, you can stack up Haunted to be decent. It's never going to be crazy because it is additive. And all additives taper off really hard at a certain point. You can farm this up, and like Void said, you can, like, every time Spurt dies, that'll count if you're killing Spurt with Spurt's ult, or Belushi when she dies and becomes a spirit. But it's going to taper off really hard. As you can see, these additive stacks were at 31, we're only at an E4. If we farm it for a while, well, we'd probably get it to like an E7 if I wanted to dedicate to it. Again, not crazy huge numbers here. But another buff regardless. So we're talking about 2 potential buffs, or self-buff. But she also has Death Ward. If an ally within 2 spaces of Strix is about to be killed, Strix instead loses 50% of her max health, and the ally regains 50% of theirs, and is immune to damage for 10 seconds. Also counts as a stacker when Belushi comes back to life in a boss area, and when Spurt's ult comes off cooldown, fair. This Death Ward can only proc once every 30 seconds, but it does add more stacks to Haunted when it does proc. And let's go over her specializations here. Where you at? There you are. So the base damage bonus of the Power of Friendship, which I guess we didn't even go over that yet, did we? Power of Friendship. We'll go over that first. And there's also Poor Hygiene. I really should have gone over her whole kit first. Poor Hygiene. Enemies that approach the party within a 60% of distance, you can affect this distance in different ways. From the formation to where enemies appear, take more damage. This is a debuff, so it will affect click debuff. And then there's the Power of Friendship and Nose Plugs. The radius of Poor Hygiene is increased by 20%, stacking additively and then applying multiplicatively, and the damage bonus is increased by 400%, stacking multiplicatively for each other acquisitions, C-Team, or Waffle crew in the formation. So, we can go ahead and put her in with her buddies, and we'll see what that gets to. And there are a lot of good options these days for that. We'll just, whatever. This has really become one of a very powerful affiliation. As time has, well, their season came up. Oh, I'm at 25. Why am I 25? Oh, excuse me. Yeah, let's see. Hard brain fart here. Certainty, right. Evelyn Jim Morgan, right. Doesn't really matter. And we'll go Donner. Just to see the ceiling. Walnut. Walnut. And Cthulhu, I guess. I don't know why Omen's Champion of Timora is so glitched out right now. It should be on everybody. I don't know why it's not. It technically is. I don't know why it's doing that. Little bug. But So, the base damage of the Power of Friendship and Nose Plugs is increased by 100%, or she can buff Aura of the Unclean by 200% for each Tiefling in the formation. So if you're running a Farida, you might take that. Or you can flat increase Poor Hygiene if you're just looking for click debuff. With her affiliation, let's see how that boosts. So we're looking at streamer look, yeah. You feel like Myria doesn't technically count toward her haunted, despite her dying and being replaced by her clones. I've actually never tested that. Or Smelly Lunch, the Artemis choice, yeah. So yeah, we're getting 9 qualified. Does she not count herself? Did I mess up, or she doesn't? I thought she did include herself. Oh, I guess it does reference each other. Never mind, each other. So it doesn't include her. Yeah, so we're boosting that up a bit. And that's boosting Poor Hygiene up to an E14. On top of everything else, if you're running acquisitions, that's not terrible. We're talking, I mean, this did go down a bit. So we're talking an E6 with a potential, you know, if we farmed that, maybe an E7 on top of also an E14. So there is that. But like Kaya said, if you're running Artie, you're looking to boost her Aura of the Unclean, in which case, or wait. No. Now I'm confused. Why do you say Smelly Lunch is the Artemis choice? Because that's her debuff. Because it adds the most damage? I thought Scent of Brimstone, even with just her, would scale harder. Does it not? I thought it did. Now I'm curious. Pretty sure it doesn't? Huh. I would have thought so. I don't tinker with Strix all that much these days. Anyway, but yeah, so overall, all things considered, she's got a lot of little stuff that stacks up. Some decent mechanics, is a tiefling, which matters for some things, is a part of one of the more popular affiliations right now. Isn't like the best baseline, but you've been using Scent due to the formation map of Eve of Ruin. But yeah, so we'll look at her availability. As is tradition with most tieflings, availability should be expected to be at least fairly good. Looking at Strix, she is good, so available for Mert. Let's see if she has any ability score increases. She does not. However, 83 TOT, spread apart pretty decently. We're looking at Vajra 14 Con, 13 Int is matched for Strahd, Zariel, Strength and Charisma, on lock, and she reaches every day 1 trial. She will not, however, be available for Elminster, as she came out a long time ago, 2,248 days to be precise. So everything except Elminster. Well, that would be 4 out of 5 then, Caius. Come on. So yeah, overall good availability. Decent kit. Doesn't pump like crazy numbers, but can stack up to be an overall good buffer. You know, but you remember the 6/6 as it. Previously we had Strix after her rework. In the, I think she was in the higher B+. Or no, A-, right. Let's take a peek at the current list. Oh. I'm almost finished with coffee too, and I feel like I can breathe a bit better. That's a good sign. She belongs slightly higher than nerds. She has exactly the same use case, but also works for patron variants. Yeah. If you really want to, you can make her a DPS for the acquisitions. She's probably never going to pop up as the best, but they are hurting for a DPS. Overall, her numbers can stack up decently. We'd probably be looking at what at the end of the day? Like an E20 something, all things considered. These days is considered an important support for Artemis, like Kai said. Oh. It is definitely harder now that we have it populated. Top of C+. I think she stays out of C+. Compare with Dadius, the biggest thing about Dadius is he's restrictive in who he buffs. He can get decent numbers, but yeah, she just, her kit is her kit. And it just works. Not, well, I mean, you do have to farm Haunted, but I could see her going just above Dadius. I think she stays out of C+. Her numbers are better than anyone in C+. Well, not necessarily, I guess. As Torrigar can technically outperform that, but is far more restrictive. Oh, excuse me. What do we feel about that? Lower end of B- for Strix. Right ahead of Dadius. Dadius. I am so jealous of people who can nap on days like today. I cannot nap. I can't even sleep that well. Insomnia sucks. But how do you nap? I just don't get it. Would love to see a video of your best absolute adversaries formation once you've gone all over the tier list stuff. I mean, I can just show you my personal AA formation now, or at the end of stream. Might be generous, but not worth fighting about. E20 with 1,000 item levels, but stacking additively and good availability. From there up to maybe Sis. You love a good nap. I don't know how people nap. I don't get it. It takes me hours to fall asleep to begin with, so I literally can't nap. But even then, that would interrupt my garbage sleep schedule all, like, big time if I was able to. I've done shift work before and I can't. Like, I physically can't. It just doesn't work. I will go a month sleeping for like an hour every night. That's just how my body does it. Say better than Taddy, in your personal opinion? Tatiana has an interesting speed mechanic. Poor soul. You're naturally an idol. You started sleeping twice per day so you could wake up at a reasonable hour. You have trouble falling asleep at night, but fall asleep so fast during the day for a nap, it's awful. Bro. You don't nap per se, you just sleep for about 2 hours in the afternoon. I just don't even know how that, like, that's physically impossible for me. It always confuses, like, everyone I know can nap around me. All my friends, all my family. Don't get it. Never been able to. But again, I do have insomnia, like, clinically. So, yeah. Siesta. Shaspia. The question is, does her Artemis utility bump her that high? Above Sasaspia. I mean, I think it's somewhere in that range at least. Better than Tatty, but not Sis? Got 99 health problems, but insomnia ain't one. I am jealous. Very jealous. One thing I've always been jealous of people for is being able to sleep. Having to stare at my ceiling for 4 hours just to fall asleep for like an hour that night is hell. Do I think she edges out Sasaspia? You just have problems, stop counting when you realized it wasn't helping? Yeah. On the same bench with insomnia, but you learned to nap due to college classes years back. 15 to 20 power naps to reset you between classes was required. Man, I wish I could. It's just one of those things, I can't do it, so it's like a physical impossibility, so it just goes over my head how it's even possible for people to do that. You're just some guy on the internet maybe chaining coffee is really... I didn't start drinking coffee until like 8 years ago, and I've had insomnia since I was like 14, so... Unrelated. Coffee's the only way I can manage to get that little bit of a boost to not be a zombie in the morning to afternoon. You get it, yeah. It's rough. It sucks. But that's not what we're talking. I think I'm gonna leave Strix there for now. But another one, you know, we're definitely gonna have a fight over just about everybody. Time to hook up. I'm on an IV of good tea. I'm not huge on tea. I like, what is it called? Throat coat. That does help me. I used to do a lot of... When I did amateur voice acting, I did a lot of screamy roles, and that helped me soothe my throat. But a lot of teas, I think I'm allergic, because it irritates my throat. Certain teas I have to stay away from. Let's move on to probably Nova, right? I think we're down to Nova and Dirge. So, let's go into Nova. Drake. Is she technically on the field? Is it pulling a sneaky on me? No, it let me drag Dragonbait. Oh, she's dead. What? How did you die? What is going on? You heard it here. He has to stay away from the certainty. Huh? Oh, I have to stay away from certain tea. I see what you did there. I might be stupid and tired and sick, but I see what you did there. Tea is such a catch-all these days, but good tea can tickle the throat, even without allergies. Tannins are like that to some people. I always have those unique little things, right? I'm one of those, Oh, how you doing, The Gifted Darkness? Thanks for the follow. I've always been that guy. Cilantro tastes like soap to me. And that wasn't even an influenced thing. When I was a kid, my mom used cilantro for the first time when I was like, I mean, I say kid, I was probably like 13, maybe 15. And she cooked a steak with cilantro. And I had to like be nice. I was like, did you not wash the soap out of the pan before you cooked this meat? Because it just, all I tasted was soap. But no, it was just the cilantro. Yeah, anyway. Nova. was almost a required champion for a while. The Gift of Darkness, you love all your videos. First time watching on Twitch. Well, thank you for coming to Twitch. I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you like the content. And now you can be another influence of my bad decisions on my tier list. And by the way, on and off, since we're kind of off topic right now, I don't know if I've said it, but I do appreciate those of you who show support, either following, subbing, contributing to the chat, lurkers, all of you, but even in particular, morons like Caius in chat, who are willing to support me when we disagree on almost everything, and you're still here. I deeply appreciate that. Lazy Cat, Caius, Parada, who else disagrees with me off the top of my head? Oh, there's another big one that's always well, Dark Warrior, obviously, but, yeah. Thank you all, is what I'm saying. But, Nova. We don't disagree on almost everything, you just don't speak up when you're right. Whether you feel bad with agreeing with you, or at least not particularly caring. See, but you being here is also greatly appreciated. You have confirmation bias. Maybe on some things. I think ultimately I don't. I think I'm pretty open. I'm stirred on a few things, though. But the first season, excuse me, the season of Erebus added a exploit, unintentional mechanic of making her almost required for any formation. They've since patched that out, but she is still a good champion. Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, but if you give me nothing else to work with, that's all I can compare it to, so. She is arguably the overall best champion from her affiliation, the Heroes of Erebus. I don't even think it's arguable, honestly. But you're gonna see uses for Sentry, obviously, in speed teams. But Nova has a lot she brings to the table, and we're gonna go over all of it, of course. First of all, she has curiosity. Nova is intrinsically curious about the creatures inhabiting the world. She inspects enemies as soon as they spawn, increasing their damage taken by a lower amount, but this is a sticky debuff. Rip Ayla. You require flattery when you're saying obviously correct things instead of silence. Not flattery. I don't think agreeing with someone is flattering them. Just be like, yeah, that's not flattery. I actually hate flattery. You get triggered by champions that are not idle champions. Other than that, you learn a lot from give and take. I mean, I can understand people wanting that idle playstyle. My autism definitely leans into, like, I like Narek. It gives me something to hyper-focus on and an ability I can interact with. I like that stuff, but that's definitely just a me thing. Anyway, this is increased additively every second they are alive, up to a cap of 1000% or 90 seconds. This ability is increased by 200% if Nova is in the frontmost column. So if you have her up here, it will also be slightly increased. You two, lazy team for the win. So, she does have a debuff, and she doesn't just increase the damage, she also has another debuff in slow. Nova's attacks slow the movement of enemies she damages by 50% for 5 seconds. Enemies that are slowed by this ability deal half damage to Nova to help her be in the front column in a way. This effect does not stack, but if it is applied again, before it expires, the cooldown is refreshed. So she slows and debuffs enemies for a lower amount, but the core of her kit is the crew. Screw you guys. Now you guys are just getting ridiculous. But hey, you know what? Keep it going, because even if I think it's stupid, you're at least chatting. Narak, Shaka, DM, Veronica, scratch your brain itch. But you understand that people don't like thinking when gaming. And again, while this is technically an idle game, I can understand that too. Not a huge fan of Veronica. simply in that it never picks my DPS ever, but I agree that this is stupid. Thank you for agreeing with me, Kalkra. You're gonna get VIP in my chat for that. It's not that you don't like thinking, you like to do your thinking in advance, as it were. Plan the formation, optimize it, switch back to gem farming. Yeah. I mean, yeah, and no matter what you are... we're going overboard. Lost my train of thought. Yeah, a lot of thinking, no matter what, is going to come from just plotting your formation. It's true. Anyway, the crew. Nova increases the damage of champions within 2 slots by 0.1% for each champion level on the affected champions, stacking multiplicatively. Each champion's contribution caps at 1,000 levels after their last available upgrade. As a positional, this can stack really hard. You can see right now on Nova, it's an E15, but it scales with the more champions it is affecting, so this will scale up. Let's go ahead and just put in my Artemis team. So you can see just with that, it's up to an E26. However, I don't know which specialization we have on her, so let's, okay. I said no. Oh, is that shows up as a separate modifier, doesn't it? Yeah, okay, that's why. And I think that, so originally, well, we'll just go over the specializations. Bum, bum, bottom. She recently picked your DPS, and you just had to give them the 4-stack Vogue Hero just to feel what it was like, yeah. That's why she used to double dip, yeah, because it was classified as a different one. We'll go into that. You like the overleveling mechanic? Is it just Nova and Evelyn? There's new recruits and the other one you never use. Yeah. So especially if you're an Artemis main, you're probably going to take new recruits. The crew now applies to all champions within 3 slots, not just 2, massively expanding her reach. But the extra champions are only counted towards its levels at a total of 50% effectiveness. If you can happen to hit everyone with the 2 slots, you'll take Tight Knit. Otherwise, you're probably going to take new recruits, especially with Artemis, but even baseline. Because adding someone else within that radius also raises up the crew, you know? However, this was also what her problem was. You guys tie knot if you tried to work into Warduke? Yeah, it would help with Warduke too, actually, taking the 2 slaughter. A certainty, but that's only for Akink and C-Team. She's tough for Duke normally, yeah. But that was the problem with her, was she has the crew, and then that specialization choice is its own formation ability technically. So the 3 and the 2 used to count as 2 different buffs that if you positioned correctly, could be observed both of them, so you would double down on that massive positional. That doesn't work that way anymore. But that is what made Nova so important in so many formations for so long. Yeah. Still a good positional. In my Artemis team, I am observing it currently for... if I can find it. E47. It gives Artemis a tank, a debuffer, and that heavy positional. And in this formation, she might be right here, leading the pack. I just have her here to be adjacent to Narak for when I don't need a tank, which generally you don't if you push really deep. Depends. So, she, being a part of the Heroes of Erebus, still has Erebus synergy. Nova contributes 1 stack to the Erebus synergy every time an enemy is stunned, rooted, or slowed, and keep in mind, she has a slow herself. Their maximum number of stacks is 200, plus the highest area completed in the current run divided by 5. We're getting a E6 increase right now. Still good, still like real good, yeah. Still a super good positional, and she has some debuff to add damage and health share, yeah. Health, and she also has failsafe. When Nova becomes overwhelmed, so if you get her taking a few hits, her sword, Tiangong, I actually don't know how to pronounce that, creates a protective barrier around her and all other champions in her column, granting them each a percent of Nova's max health as temporary health. And this, if it procs, will increase the effect of the crew for each champion shield that remains, stacking multiplicatively. So in a multi-tank formation, if you proc this, it will increase it. We don't mind, you don't know how to pronounce lots of things, neither do you. Don't pretend. Nova is stunned until the shield is broken, or she is no longer overwhelmed. This can only trigger once per area. Changing areas resets it so it can proc again. Overall, a really good kit. Really hardy positional on top of a debuff, on top of a slow. But let's look at her availability. I don't like this meme, guys. I want to go home. This is where she does take a bit of a hit. So, we are looking at, she is good, so available for Mert. She does have enough con to be in Vajra. She, no ability score feats. She does have the intelligence for Strahd, but has a very low strength, so not available for Zariel. And came out 1,450 days ago, so not available for Elminster. And because of that strength and because of her crappy wisdom, she will be locked out of 2 day 1 trials. Not the worst, 3 out of 5 patrons, and 4 out of 6 day 1s, but not good. Not the worst, we're not talking like Ayla, we're not talking Spurt, but the wisdom restriction is always the most annoying one in trials for me. But yeah, she could definitely stand to get some, a 2 strength feat would be great for her, because that would at least make her viable for the day 1, while not being viable for Zariel, which is fine. She could use something, if there was ever anything to be added for Nova. Overall, her kit is really good, though. Really good. Previously, we had her in the S, because again, at the time, she was pumping crazy numbers that we didn't see on a lot of champions. The debuff was crazy because she was sticky, you could swap to Warden to be sticky, and then swap to Strix to have her stinky debuff. Worked with, again, the strength and the alignment wasn't perfect for Krond, but you would probably still use it for Krond back in the day because of that double dip. But, still really good. But she's gonna drop. Where's she gonna drop is the question. Since her seasonal change, there has just been so many people that have come out. You find her kind of squishy. Are you alone in that? She's no more squishy than other tanks. She has a health item and has an overshield. I don't think she's that squishy. She clearly, like with any tank who does, and she even reduces the damage she takes with the slow, but yeah. She rarely gets item level investment, so she's squishy compared to tanks that do. Yeah, if you're gonna farm Briv up, Briv's kind of uncomparable as far as how much of a hit he can take, but because her buff doesn't scale that hard, yeah. Then that is one downside to Nova, is that while it is a hardy buff, her scalings aren't like... It reaches a ceiling pretty quick, and obviously item levels matter, but we're not talking pre-stacks or anything. I feel like she is built for a 3-tank formation, like the other 2 tanks in her affiliation. Gonna eat, but rest assured that you're with you in spirit, and you agree with 90% of this. Oh, Kalkra. You guys are not gonna let that die now, are you? It was a joke. Kill me. You feel like she is similar to Avren, to be honest. Slightly worse availability, way harder to use. I don't think she's hard to use at all. She has a 3-slot reach and debuffs everyone that spawns. You don't have to work with her like at all. Need to soft cap your... yeah, that is true that to get the peak out of her kit, you do need to overlevel, but she's still flat good without, and very easy to use. You just slaughter. 3-slot range is very restrictive in a bunch of formations. I just don't agree with that. 3-slot range is actually pretty good comparatively to almost everyone in the game. I mean, some formations definitely hurt her scaling with it, that's true. But again, she still has a flat good positional, and a 3-slot range is more than most. Worse than Eve, I do think she goes under Evelyn, whatever it is. And that's where I'm at, Caius. She's either really high A- or at the bottom of A+. Because the fact she's positional too is huge for, you know, these days. Availability and having to be placed in her most meta formations. I think she goes under most of the A+ers. Not necessarily true for, wow, I forget what the, what's the, what's the, not the newest campaign, but the other one. I always forget the name of that. Turn of Fortune's Wheel. There are some positions where she won't reach everyone in Turn of Fortune's Wheel as far as base campaigns go. And the very back of Light of Xerxes if she's in the front. But most of the time she can reach just about anywhere. Oh yeah, we're looking at the tier list, not the game. I do think she probably falls to A-, but she'll be pretty high on it. How's Seed 11 going? We are getting pretty close, actually. We're on the second to last champion, and then we'll be on to the Dark Urge. I'm a little sick today, so it's rough going for me, but I hope everyone else is at least having a little fun. If you know where you're going to put her, it's in the main part of this. Oh, yeah. Her positioning also hurts her as a tank. If you want to scale well, she can't tank. Close to North formations have a 3-slot range to the tank now. Again, I don't necessarily agree with that, though. I really don't. But I know where you're coming from. Because even if you can't have her tank, you can still position her to be buffing your DPS. But 3 slots, again, for many, many champions is a pretty long reach. But I do think she falls to the A-. I think pretty high, though. I think at least here. She can't be in front, taking, yeah, sharing health, yeah. Seem to be approximately the same mind here. I mean, yeah, if we're going to directly compare her to, like, Evelyn, sure, she reaches everybody, and that is nice, absolutely. But I am ranking Evelyn higher than her. She was A+ before they fixed her double dipping, now A- fits her better. I think she was S, considering the double dipping and the time of release, how much of a boost that was. I don't even think I ranked her on the double dipping, because I figured they were going to fix it. She was just really good when she was first reworked. Really good. The fact they made it positional was surprising, because the way she worked, she didn't used to be positional before the season. Before they fixed the double dip, she was an easy S, yeah. And they did after about 8 months. That was the thing. I didn't even want to cover it because I thought they'd fix it right away, but they didn't. And I was like, well, but then they got around to it. But yeah, I think she fits in the A-. She's still a very good champion. Maybe you're valuing observance too much, but this seems too low. Again, a lot of people are considering Strix better than Nova even for that. But I do think it's very good for Observance and Artemis formations. As a whole, if she still had that double dipping though, if she would be up there. If she still got to double dip, she would be up there. Excuse me. Let's talk about the Dark Urge, shall we? What was that? Oh, brother. The Dirge. Who was it that was previously asking? Might have to scroll back a bit. I just simply forget. Someone wanted to see an AA team. Who was that? Poop. Oh well. Hope you feel better tomorrow. I hope so. Because I don't want this to turn into a full-blown cold and bleed into Seat 12. It's my boy. Yeah. The Dark Urge. The DPS of the ever-popular Absolute Adversaries. S plus all done. I can see an argument for keeping him out of S, but he is going to be ranked high. Most people know I am an availability slut. And he has Dark Inheritance. The Dark Urge is eligible to start in all adventures, even if the patron, variant, or other restrictions would say otherwise. He does not interact with any champion abilities or variant effects that are based on age, so that is a slight negative in that he won't be affected by things like Gromma's age mechanic, so he sucks with Gromma. If anything, he should probably be at the bottom of S if he makes it there, potentially. We'll see. So, I am huge on this. As a DPS only role, being available for everything is huge. It just is. If you're going to spend time and your resources investing in a damage dealer, you're going to want them to be available for as much as possible. Artemis was huge not only because of his scaling, but because overall his ability scores and all of that make him available for a lot. These days, however, he's not available for Elminster, so that took a hit. And even then, the Dirge is just available for everything. The only thing that might lock him out, I'll probably misword this again because we've talked about it before, but if there is a variant that forces you to use someone from his seat, that's I think the only time you will not be able to select him. If the seat is locked out, you can still pull him in. But if it forces you to use someone from that seat, that is the only time that he will be unavailable. He's one of the best choices when considering who to invest in, I agree, especially for newer champions. The Absolute Adversaries as it stands is one of the better affiliations in the game. They're very new, they're very hip, people like Baldur's Gate 3, they have good mechanics that all scale well together. They have some overall availability issues, but they're pretty good. However, as a DPS, you still want some damage, right? So how does he buff his damage? You don't even like Dirge and you know you're still going to pump those legendary levels on him? Yeah. To start out, he has the Urge. Each time the Dark Urge defeats an enemy, he gains a murder stack. The Dark Urge increases his damage for a lower amount for each murder stack he has. Stacks persist between adventures. So you can permanently stack this up to a maximum of 4e9. I only have one e7, that's not a crazy amount. I am tapering at an e10 buff from that. Again, it's additive, so you're going to reach a rough ceiling pretty early. E11 is going to kind of be, at my current item level, probably about where I'm going to get to before it hard tapers. So yeah, this isn't the biggest boost, but it is just a persistent damage boost to him the more you use him. Plus they're all lower than 78 TOT, yeah. That seems to be another thing we're leaning into now, is lower TOT, and all of the Absolute Adversaries without feats, I believe it's only Will that has a feat that bumps him above. You're ashamed to say you almost wrote him off when you saw that mechanic without looking at the rest of the kit? Yeah. If you were just relying on the Urge, he might not be worth investing in because that's not a great damage. However, he has a lot more to offer in that he has two different pre-stack scaling damage buffs, but they're a bit restrictive. But let's go over them now. Ceramorphosis. Your formation gains 1 Ceramorphosis stack due to the Mind Flayer tadpole in the Dark Urge's brain. This is a mechanic, if you've been watching along, that is shared with the absolute adversaries, and some champions can gain a feat. So you can get this up to a 10 out of 10, and as this is a damage buff that stacks multiplicatively, that scales with the pre-stack, this scales his damage quite well. If we're just saying Ceramorphosis versus Kron's Survival of the Fittest versus Warduke's pre-stack, it is the worst out of those 3, but remember, we're not done with his kit yet. Also, Kron can also reach 10 out of 10. Obviously, Ceramorphosis, your cap is going to be 10. Because it's based on how many are in the formation, you can have a maximum of 10. But Survival of the Fittest starts at a bigger number, so that will scale harder. And Warduke can exceed 10 with his pre-stack scaling. But again, we're not done. But still, a pre-stack damage buff is huge. Let's get some absolute adversaries out to scale that up. For the time being, we're just going to get the core champions out here. Or not the core champions, but the base absolute adversary champions. Let's hello, there we go. Who am I missing? Who am I missing? I know I'm missing someone. Gale. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that everybody? I always feel like I'm missing someone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Yeah, Gale. So, with 7 out of 7 Ceramorphosis, I've got him up to about 10,000 item levels. 1 E4, and that's stacking up to an E20. Now there's a problem with the absolute adversaries in that Will is finicky, and he has folk hero that scales based on race, class, and affiliation. As it stands, we're only 2 out of 3 for that with Dirge, because human is the most slotted race, and Will's folk hero can reach very good numbers. So right now we're at an E36. It is a hefty multiplier, so we want to at least get that 3 out of 4. However, there is currently no way to do that with a full team of Ceramorphosis. So you have to find a way, and right now a very common way is the good old Egg Boy, who is a Dragonborn, like the Dark Urge. So that gets us up to Dragonborn being 2, and it doesn't affect our classes. So then we could also throw in Nrak, who is a monk Githzerai, who has a Ceramorphosis feat. So we're getting a free Ceramorphosis on top of that, as now we're just looking at Dragonborn, Absolute, and one of every class. Just need a human glitch for Dirge? Yeah. So that would be the ticket, right? But right now, as it stands, we have 1 open slot. So what do we do with that? We're looking for someone maybe who is and this is what kind of pisses me off about Gromma, is her age mechanic will not work with Dirge, because he doesn't scale with age mechanics. So he just doesn't get that. But that would have been perfect, as that would add a turtle and a druid, which we don't have. That would have fit in perfectly. However, you can do that, but I do not recommend it, as he does not scale with her main buff. Egbert, useful as always. You don't even place him in S. You didn't realize how few sorcerers are in the game until Will? Yeah. So then you're left thinking, alright, I need either Ceramorphosis or someone who doesn't ruin Will. Looking through the seats, Dynahair has a Ceramorphosis feat. However, she'll bump it to too many humans and too many wizards. So that's out. So we can't use that Ceramorphosis feat. We could look into Viconia, who also has a Ceramorphosis feat. However, that bumps it to too many clerics. So you're left thinking, alright, well, who works with it? No, that's too many rogues, right? No, it's not. Right, because she's a bard. You can technically use Birdsong, who also replaces Astarion, because we'll go into that right now. There's technically a better fit here, and I'll get into that, don't worry. But this is actually a viable option with Birdsong, because, again, now we're at 8 stacks of Ceramorphosis. We're looking at an E22, not too bad. But living on the edge, he also has. The Dark Urge has 6 Outcast stacks, -1 stack for each adjacent champion that does not have the DPS role. So you want him only adjacent to DPS champions to further scale this, as it's also pre-stack. However, it only stacks up to 6, so removing any of them really hurts it, because when we're talking pre-stack, 6 isn't that many to benefit from. And normally speaking, Astarion is going to receive Shadowheart's buff, and Astarion is not a DPS. So having him adjacent will reduce living on the edge. So if you happen to use Birdsong, who is a good buffer, and does not conflict with Will, we still have Dragonborn, we still have Sorcerer, and Absolute Adversaries. She's also a DPS that is now benefiting from Shadowheart's duplicity. That is an okay fit. We're at 8 Ceramorphosis and 6 living on the edge. However, as Valentine is one of the best supports in the game, it's worth noting that she is a sorcerer and will not conflict. So we'll look into that in a second. But so being a sorcerer, we're still at 2 Dragonborn, now 2 Sorcerer, and Absolute Adversaries. Valentine is probably the best bet. Birdsong is easier to work with. But Valentine, most of the buffs from, other than Folk Hero, from the Absolute Adversaries are positional. So she's going to buff them up. And as we have a lot of Ceramorphosis pumped up, and most champions from this affiliation are positional, she is a good fit. I don't remember how my formation's looking right now. Oh, because familiars, right. Let's take, you scale Will with familiars. That's why all my familiars just slapped out with that formation. I'm going to take them off for now because we are not talking about Will. So, in this scenario, you have to make a couple of concessions with your formation if you're using Valentine. Astarion only buffs one of the edges, and Lae'zel only buffs someone in a column. Generally speaking, you will not be able to put Valentine and Dirge within those 2 confines. You're gonna have to pick one or the other. What is your bud right now? It was from Artemis, but right now it's an E947. My Artemis tagged for 1021 earlier. It's not from this formation. We'll look at his damage in a second. You feel like Will getting the not add changes to Will would be Fiend for BG3 spoiler and allow more synergy with Dirge. Yeah. So yeah, in this scenario, I've chosen Lae'zel to be the column instead of getting the edge, because you want your formation abilities to go to Valentine before your DPS, but ideally you want your DPS to also benefit the way Valentine stacks. But you're going to have to choose one or the other in that scenario, and generally fitting him in with Lae'zel in the formation kind of works better. Right now, I could probably find a better spot for a few of these champions, but it's sufficient for now. So all things considered, we've got his E10 from Urge, E22 from Ceramorphosis, E15 from Living on the Edge, and we still have a few other things. For one, let's take a look at Folk Hero. We were at an E36, I believe, before. And now that we're 3 of 4 with Folk Hero, which is the max, we're at an E56. You can see why that's so important. That's a huge jump. Huge jump. And if we focused on Ceramorphosis, he would boost his pre-stack better, but we're probably not going to reach that much of a boost. So it's generally better to try to get Folk Hero stacked up over a fully 10 Ceramorphosis. It would be ideal to do both. There's just no way to do that as is. However, his specializations also affect his damage. Let's take a look at those. So, throw those respec potions out there. I'm gonna chug this coffee. It's hard to chug with this. So, he has a choice between 2 different specialization options. Storm Sorcery, Draconic Bloodline, or Divine Soul. The Dark Urge's Murderous / his auto attack is empowered by lightning, increasing the range and the damage, and it makes it count as magic. This is important for Dirge, as one of his problems is his ability scores, and just the way he works, he doesn't qualify for a lot of the best Modron cores. This will make him qualify for the magic core, as his attack will be melee and magic. So generally speaking, you're always going to take that. However, you do have the option of the Dark Urge's damage is increased for each Dragonborn in the formation. There's not a lot to choose from. That's not going to scale that hard, even if you're using all of the Dragonborn in the game. And we're talking lesser buffers like Donner, the Hen. And Divine Soul, he will increase the Urge's murder stack as he gains I butchered that. The Dark Urge increases the number of the Urge's murder stacks he gains each time he defeats an enemy. If you're just looking to farm stacks, you'll take that just for a farm run. But generally, you'll take Storm Sorcery. And then he has the option of leaning into being evil or leaning into being good. He can change his alignment, starting out as chaotic evil. This choice will make him lawful good. He will scale his damage based on either how many evil or how many good champions are in the formation, and it will change his ult. Generally speaking, Resist the Urge tends to be the way most people go for multiple reasons. One, there tends to be more good in your formation, and that ultimate is a better saving mechanic, and we'll go into that. If we took Embrace the Urge, his ultimate becomes him turning into a creature, becoming immune for a short time, and attacking multiple times over that period. However, Resist the Urge will, one, in our formation currently, give us a bigger increase, which isn't crazy huge, another E5, but again, we're talking E15, E22, E10, and an E5. With that 800%, he has a lot of way to scale his damage. However, his ultimate, Withers appears, pushing back all monsters, resurrecting all heroes, and makes them all immune to damage for 15 seconds. If possible, this triggers when the Dark Urge is knocked out. So he will have a natural life save tied to that ultimate if he falls in combat, and will then revive your whole formation, and make them immune for 15 seconds. Overall, that's generally better than the evil choice, but it does kind of depend on the formation you're running. So yeah, we're talking a popular affiliation who, again, since we're using so many Ceramorphosis, we have Lae'zel at an E34, we have Karlach at an E42, we have Shadowheart at an E24 plus an E24. We have, Narak doesn't really matter. We have Astarion at E31, but I don't think he's even farmed up his well-fed, no. But using them all together makes them all better. So there's a lot of synergy going on here. And yeah, just the fact the Dark Urge is available for everything. One of Dirge's legendary effect affects him depending on the spec. You always found that odd. What do you mean by that? Actually, I haven't even looked at his, I have them low level, just low level ones on him, because I'll swap him eventually, I think. But, which one? Oh, just because it either goes to evil or good? Is that what you mean? Yeah, it only buffs evil. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, so at the bottom, increase the damage of evil champions. So yeah, this will not be one you want to get if you're going that good route. You'll want to avoid that, which is interesting because I do think every other DPS in the game has something that always affects them. So that is something to watch out for. Yeah. So yeah, overall, a DPS I highly recommend new players, old players to start investing in. Probably the current best for Elminster, though again, Warduke is available for Elminster, and a lot of people have invested in Warduke, so that is an option. But yeah, a DPS that's available for everything, has multiple ways to scale his damage, 2 of them being pre-stack. Very good damage champion, very good. Like, we don't even have to pull up the availability chart, because regardless of stats, he's available for everything. The only thing to consider with his ability scores is, you know, like mode-drawn availability. But again, generally you're going to go for the magic core with the storm sorcery specialization pick. As far as where to rank him, we were even talking about this earlier. It's a little hard because just being a good damage dealer with permanent availability in everything, that's valuable. That's so valuable. I guess I'll show where I had him previously. I had him as the gatekeeper into A+, and I considered putting him in S. I'll allow that, that's fun. It doesn't surprise me they blocked that, Kaius, but... Scaling DPS with perfect availability. If he's not S, you have to turn your availability slot membership card. Like just below Artie? Potentially. I'm not sure if you would go for S because his affiliation synergy is so rough, but A+ for sure. That's what kept me from S before, was if you're in hardy restrictions, there are some restriction problems. But even then, as long as you have a few Ceramorphosis and have him adjacent to DPS, he will still perform really well. Oh. Yeah, I kind of figured we would, we'd have this problem. Potentially low S or Gatekeeper of A+. That's kind of what I expected. I gotta think about it. Because this is where I have to try to take myself out of it, because I think the value of being available for everything is crazy. So good for a damage dealer. I would #1 recommend Dirge in the current state of the game to be your damage dealer. And that has to count for something. If Elminster, he's almost never a bad choice, no matter how restrictive, yeah. Stick him in S tier, baby. There's room in there. Welcome, Narcs. How you doing? Oh, sorry for being kind of sick today. Oh, I mean, I really do think he could sneak into S. I really do. I'm gonna move him up here just so we have him up here to look at. Oh, that does look like it fits. No one's ever done it, and I'm not surprised by that, but there's a reason I have a voice tied to a donation of me being an availability slut, because it's so important. As an early to mid-game player, that permanent availability has helped you plow through so much of this game, and it's still getting better. Yeah, exactly. There's also room in the F. Doesn't deserve that disrespect? No. Like a glove. Let's be real, who else is going to be S? Will, probably. And you feel like Dirge belongs as the bottom of S then? Potentially. S tier, or you might spoil spoilers. A+, in your opinion, he is availability everywhere, but his affiliation is not. And he doesn't scale the greatest without them. That being said, he's not a bad DPS. And that's the thing, right? Even without them, as long as you can maintain it decently, a couple of Ceramorphosis being adjacent to DPS, he's still good. And being available for everything makes him amazing. It's pretty good to see all of AA as A- or higher. I mean, when they started coming out, I kind of said they're going to scale as time goes on. And they put out some really good numbers with Ceramorphosis. How many more champions are getting Ceramorphosis is the last one, Jaheira. Jaheira just got one. Yeah, Dynahair, Narak, Jaheira, Minsk. I don't know if we're going to get any more, we'll see. I think that's, even if they don't add any more absolute adversaries, we could still throw in a few more Ceramorphosis in the future. As a newer player, you suspect he'll be one of your next acquisitions after the speed course, simply because your options are still highly limited. So having a stable, consistent, and will continue to grow champ like Dirge is a must-have, thus you suspect he'd be the chosen over Artemis for a long time, so S, bottom S, since he's likely to continue to develop in the coming year. Overall agree. What's the availability of the Ceramorphosis feat champions like? We could go into that a little bit. He might not quite be Warduke without his affiliation, but he's like the 4th best DPS in the game in the worst case. yeah. And considering that WoW being available for everything always, I've got to say bottom of S for that. There might be other planned. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I think I know where you're going, Pills. I don't think we need to go to the spoiler zone for that, unless you're talking about something else. Oops. Oopsie. Does anyone know if Minthara is in the horizon? As far as I know, neither Halsin or Minthara are on the horizon. Any of the heroes of Baldur's Gate might get one. It's possible. A lot of them do share seats with others, though. I see bottom of S. Have you think a full Ceramorph formation? What do you mean exactly? Shaq2. And welcome. How you doing? What do you mean, have I think a full Ceramorph formation? If we're talking about how does it compare, I still think a will is more important than that. But we could, what would be the best way? I mean, probably... Because no matter which way we go, will takes a crazy hit in what we do. Because, I mean, this would be... Yeah, human wizard fighter absolute. So he'd get 1. Minsk and Jaheira because they are in the game. I mean, yeah, but still. Dyna Hairscale's way better than Minsk. Minsk is poop. But, in restrictions, you'll probably still use him because, oops. But that still only gets, 1 from Folk Hero. That's the biggest problem. So now, remember, we were in E22. Now we're at an E27. Scale's good, but Folk Hero's gonna be poopy now. Whereas we were in the 50s, we're now in the 22. So we lost E30 from Folk Hero to gain like E5 in Ceramorphosis. Yeah, my 1 stack of Folk Hero is E22 right now. Dynahair because Minsk is haunted by the ghost of his past. Yeah, no matter which way you're going to go, you're going to drop him to a 1 stack of Folk Hero, which is a huge knock. Huge knock. They'll probably give Delina the next worm just to mess with us. That would be highly unfortunate. Not only sharing a seat with Naraka, but being a DPS only. So yeah, generally, I mean, Folk Hero's the way to focus. Just that's such a huge difference. So again, we dropped from E27 to E22, but now Folk Hero, from an E22, has boosted up to an E56. And we're using Valentine, who a lot of people do invest in already, and she offers some great boosts to positionals for this formation. I'm comfortable, personally, with keeping him in the low S, the bottom of S. I think we'll have some more conversations about it. I think there might be a fight on the Tuesday after C12 on Saturday. I'm comfortable with him at the bottom of S. Would be great if a patron shop offered a worm potion even. Clearly they are giving the next feat to Shandy. Gotta love that speed halfling. And that's the problem, right? Like, Delina shares a seat with Narak, is a DPS. Shandy shares a seat with Shadowheart. Kreidel shares a seat with Lae'zel. Like, there's not a lot of good options there. Oops. Hi, Virgil. How you doing? Hello. List is looking good, nice and varied. I think it's looking as good as it can be considered. Yeah, who else even... Yeah, Baloth shares one with Karlak. Imoen has one, but shares with... Jahira, Krydal, Minsk, Nerys shares a seat with Will. Yeah, I mean, there's no good options. Valseat, they have one with Viconia, so. But Viconia is not that good. Xander's seat is free. It's not free. Would love for Tregum to get a roommate in Val's head. Oh, I got you. I got you. I see what you're saying. But yeah, yeah, in Xander's slot, we have, you know, Valentine, who synergizes better, and already Viconia with a Ceramorphosis feat. So yeah. Because that is one problem, is we do not have a lot of sorcerers. And Valentine is definitely the best sorcerer to stack up Folk Hero. That is uncontested. Considering they gave one to Narak, they could just give it to anyone that fits. So who would be in your Brainworm wish list? That is interesting, because I think Narak was an excellent choice. Because he has great buffing, and as a monk, Githzerai was a good fit for Folk Hero. So I would be looking at Folk Hero. I would want... honestly, I hate that Gromma doesn't work with Dirge. Perfect fit for Ceramorphosis. A lot of people are using BBEG in Elminster because the Drow Wizard isn't always conflicting. Could be an interesting one. Unlikely, though, with Dynahair. Ceramorphosis feat for Egbert? I mean, that's true, honestly. If we're not going to get a lot of Dragonborn. Or hear me out. a Ceramorphosis and Dragonborn glitch for Valentine. Huh? Huh? Drakkars also get the enemy of Mind Flayers. It's more poetic than anything, yeah. That's you like that idea? Yeah. It would probably never happen, but hey. Val doesn't need it. Well, she doesn't, but the formation does. Got to go see you Saturday. See ya, Lazy Cat. And yeah, on that note, we're in the cooldown time now. You can ask questions about anything. We're just gonna yap for a bit. But we will cover Seat 12 on Saturday, 11:30 PST. I hate doing this. Hit up that sub if you can. Throw your Prime subs if you can. I don't expect it. I hate talking about it. But I'll see those who show up on Saturday. She's already the best choice in every formation. Sure, but you could make her better. Yeah. Who else could potentially fit? Thank you for the follow. Nanon? How you doing? Congrats on affiliate. Thank you. That was I think we got that around seat 8, I want to say. I think it was seat 8 because you have to reach certain thresholds within the month. And my first stream, you have to do 7 streams. And my first stream was at the very last day of last month. So it didn't count that one. And I was like, ah. So yeah, it was seat 8. Or a feat converting Mithril Hall stacks to Ceramorphosis, that would get stupid. Because in general, you can get multiple Mithril Hall from those champions. That would be crazy, though. That would be a fun formation. Stacking up the companions and just using Dirge instead of Drizzt. That'd be funny. Drizzt at least got Mithril Hall stack. Made you happy? Yeah, he did just get one, didn't he? Bruner A+ tier. He gets good numbers with the companions. I think, you know, other than like Ashara, like buffing herself, I think with the companions, Bruner's the best buffing core champion. Like by a lot. Drizzt would be a Dirge support. I mean, if he offered, yeah, multiple Ceramorphosis to a degree, yeah. Which champion do you recommend to boost in Dragon Down? I haven't looked, and I can't pull it up, so I don't know yet. I will be covering the new champion in my normal format when that happens. So my YouTube will have my breakdown of the 2 champions and the the rest of the cast. You've been using them to clear Icewind Dale. It's been fun. Yeah, they're a fun. I think they're a fun formation. Not the best, but I think overall they're pretty fun. Bruenor is definitely the best support from the core champions, even if you get 2 bond buffs from Ashara. Yeah, Ashara, if you're using her as a DPS, is technically still better since she triple dips, but yeah. If you fed 3 stacks of Tadpole to Dirge, that'd be pretty for real. You're back and you agree. Calcra. I'm gonna slap you. BBEG. Oh, is he in the next event? I haven't looked at who the... I'm surprised they don't just let you look at this point. Just because she doesn't have the all-champ damage upgrades? Yeah. Yeah, BBEG, he's definitely one to unlock if you haven't unlocked him. You don't need to really invest in him, though. Definitely one to unlock, though. Absolutely. BBG should be next. He came after Evandra, who was in this event, yeah. I just don't know how they're shuffling events, and I just haven't looked yet. I know I could, but... Oh... In BG3, you can just consume more tadpoles if you want. You want that for idle champions? That would be interesting. Like, I mean, I guess they could even just do that through feats, right? Add more Ceramorphosis feats for the AA. It's possible he could have a 1 event gap if things fall exactly that way, yeah. The goal was the champions are close to their original event. Yeah, but some of them got... Didn't some of them... Not from this one. There was one or... I could be misremembering. I thought one got like a massive shift. Next event is Korth, Merylwyn, Binwyn, BBEG, Dungeon Master, Shaka, Nova, Celise, Redacted, and Redacted. Interesting. Yeah, BBEG and Dungeon Master are big insty grabs for sure. Just because of their mechanics with little investment. Binwyn! Uh-oh! Merylwyn, great for gold. Korth, interesting with deck stuff. Shaka, good for his max ceiling, but probably... And Nova's interesting. Time to boost Binwyn. Eesh. Yeah, I mean, BBEG and DM are the big ones for sure. Shaka is there, damn it. Celise is interesting because she's not like, they removed some of her unique synergies, but she is decent at armor breaking now. Yeah, Nova's great. Just because everyone hates Shaka, I wouldn't, don't know if I'd recommend that anymore. Can't wait for Binwyn. And his event buffs making him even better. Whew! Celise might be worth it for a flex, yeah. You missed the Immortal Shield Bolt? Yeah, it sucks, but I understand why they'd nerf that, but at the same time, it's like, those are the fun things. You like Shaka? Yeah, you're one of the few. I think you and Parada are the only ones who stand Shaka. See a bunch of people being interested in gearing up the new champion without talking about him here, yeah. Yeah. There's some interesting things coming. Black Viper is the one you want buffed now that you maxed her in an alt party. Yeah, she's another one that needs a little help. She needs some feats and some availability help. Oh. I guess we went through this a little faster than I expected. Pretty sure you'll flex Nova, Celise, Merylwyn, and you like Shaka, you just used time gates on him, didn't know he was coming up. That would be at least helpful if they told you, like on a counter on the time gates, when they're next coming. That would be helpful. Let's see. No, yeah, because I'm guessing you already have BBEG and DM, and they're just worth the unlock, not a flex slot if you already own them. You like... Oh, yeah. So your picks currently Celise, Shaka, Nova, Meryl, and potentially DM. Tank rewards item levels, and your current project is getting 10k on all your gold find champs, since Vecna style gold is all the rage. Yeah, Merylwyn benefits from item levels for gold find for sure. Yes, that's the weird thing about that one is, like, there's not a lot of people there other than, like, Nova and Shaka. If you happen to focus Shaka, that I'd say, oh, you need item levels for them. There's a lot you should unlock. Like, BBG and Dungeon Master. Merylwyn definitely could benefit from the item levels, and potentially, at least unlocking Solis for the armor breaking. I'm trying to think of, I feel like there was something else I wanted to talk about today, but not my brain empty. Brain gone. Pretty much every champion still needs shinies, unless they were in Event 2.0 so far. Item levels in Merylwyn to reduce her ult cooldown. Extremely useful for Dob gold farming. Yeah, especially if you're running, I guess, what they call it, dirty gold farm now. Dob and Merylwyn, I mean, Merylwyn's useful for everything, gold find wise, but yeah. We can talk about how to pronounce, which is totally a real name. Asmo, Rano, Mardica, Diestina. No. Too many. Oh, brother. Man, this would be the day if I could nap that I need a nap. Sometimes just laying down and looking at the ceiling is refreshing, though. You almost got there, should have stuck with it. Bob is a nice abbreviation for that. I don't think there's even a B in that, which is funny, but yes. DM is the only one you need for the next split the party. Hopefully Redacted and Redacted are... Yeah, I haven't looked at their slots, actually. I've looked briefly at their mechanics. I tend to wait until we're at least like a week out. But we're still roughly 2 weeks out. There's a song to the tune of Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, which makes it easy to remember. This is not the day to make me read these things. Emote has a, she posts spoilers on her website that you can look at any spoilers coming up. Don't take it as gospel. It's usually pretty dead on, but don't take it as gospel. But yeah, EMMOTE, Emote spoilers, we'll pull it up if you just Google that. It's the fear of big words. I have seen that before, which is funny that they would call it that. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to lean into being open spoilers, probably just for when I enter the spoiler zone. I don't know if I want them in chat, because I know some people glance at chat and might not want the spoiler in chat, but we'll see how that goes as time goes on, but that's how I am for now with it. Because I'm not, like, if I'm going to watch a movie, I don't want it spoiled, but as far as, like, what's coming up in the game, I like to keep informed. But that's me. For no spoilers, but then again, you also want to slap for agreement. Can we get a spoiler stream before the next event? Some people like the surprise and I respect it, yeah. I don't know if I'll do an entire spoiler stream. Maybe we could do like a little section of one. Depends on the time and what we plan to do in the meantime. Maybe. I actually don't know if I know that one. Gotta look it up. Really? Huh. That is funny that they would do that and have it be a palindrome. Spoiler hour, if you don't like it, go away now. But then I drive off my tiny audience. God save us from psychiatrists with a sense of humor. Yeah. Calling your phobia something that is directly related to the phobia is cruel. Funny, but... Hey, I'm not tiny. No, no, no. Not your guys' physical size. Sure. Octophobia, the fear of number 8. That can't be real. I'm calling bullcrap on that one. Ain't no way. How you gonna be afraid of the number 8? Ain't no way. That's crazy. Ever read the 8th Artemis Fowl book? No. 8 is lucky in some traditions, yeah. A content creator has a thing with the number 4. So does Jin from League of Legends. Different kind of thing, though. Numbers is a weird one. I wonder how that manifests. I mean, that's fair, Caius. If it's a superstition, it can develop into an actual fear. 7th book, he was scared by the number 4 and liked the number 5. They had a bad trip and something about it spooked them. Huh. And then there's, what's that other big number people are afraid of? 23 or whatever. That one goes a little deeper than just the number, I guess. But yeah, it's a weird one. I can understand most phobias. Well, 13. No, I'm talking about... It was like the whole movie they made with... like, 13 has its superstition, yeah. But no, 23... Oh, what was the movie with Jim Carrey that focused on it? There's like a genuine fear of the number 23. What was that movie with Jim Carrey? What was that called? I swear to God, if it's just called 23. I gotta look it up now. I spelled his name wrong. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Is that where we're going? Let's see. What? Where is it? Oh, it is literally called The Number 23. Whatever, dude. Yeah, it was the number. Yeah. Cultural phobias related to numbers are not that hard. 13 unlucky for the West, 4 for the rest. Stuff like that happens. Then there's the sub-associated ones like 8, spiders, octopi, etc. 22 from the test batteries, 80s. But it's just to develop into a full-blown phobia is interesting to me with numbers. Because that's such a deep association. I hate that it was literally called The Number 23. I thought it was called something else, but yeah. But that's a legitimate thing to some people. They see 23 everywhere. Huh. I don't even know. I don't really have any phobias. I'm pretty unaffected by that kind of stuff. The only thing I have is like, I don't like things near my eyes. That's about the only thing I can think of. Autism triggered again. The plural of octopus isn't octopi, because octo is Greek and us becoming I is Latin. 99 is growing more common due to the not complete unease that then builds into anxieties and eventually a phobia. That's actually one of the fears I do have is that I'm too unfazed by some things where, like, if a car's coming at me, I don't even think I have the like willingness to move. So I'm like worried I don't have that fear instinct sometimes, that I'm just gonna get slammed by something. So I'll go, huh, and then just get wiped. To be fair, biology and medical both mishmash. Latin together is one, yeah. Language is a funny thing. Well, let's take one last look at the tier list and where everything ended up. Just a quick little peek. All we've got left is seat 12 hanging out down there, which we'll tackle on Saturday. We'll go ahead and just put him in the waiting room right now. Why not? Intrusive thought, oh. If you start giving legendary equipment from speed champions instead of pushing formations, so when you're done, the speed team, that you don't have to switch mid-run. It is funny to do things just to piss off your fiancé. Better just convert favor in Corlin. Faux Latin Greek roots are always fun to see people debate over. You suspect genuine Romans and Greeks from antiquity would be wondering where all this new fangled slang and kid language came from. On cap. No cap. Not on cap. On God. No cap. For real, for real. Kill me. Yeah, overall I'm liking what the list is looking like. Yeah, I do wonder how often the plural of octopus comes up in natural conversation. Do you guys eat octopus every night? You correct people when they say who, when they should say whom. I know a lot of people that do that. I'm a little bit of a stickler with like my nieces and nephew because their father is not great at reading or speech and has taught them bad patterns. So I'll get on their case for a very few minor like actual things, but they hate me for it. Yeah, I've thrown like level 1s on my speed team, but hard investing in the speed team is, I wouldn't. Unless you have literally nothing else to do with your scales. Alright, well, I think we're gonna call it there for the day. I am going to need to tune off my brain after today. Hopefully, I'll be in higher spirits on Saturday. Today was a bit rough for me. Apologies on that regard. In that regard. Whatever. Language is dumb. So yeah, Saturday, we'll be going over C12, 11:30 PST. And then after that, we'll have a big ol' fight on the Tuesday following that, same time, of where we might reshuffle some of these positions. But, thank you for the follow, Narcs. Oh, hopefully we'll see most of you come back on Saturday. But for the time being, I am going to say goodbye. Goodbye. Have a good day, everyone.